Good morning. Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, AmFest, Day 4 coverage. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And I'm Bobby McNeely. This is the greatest conference in America, Matthew. So exciting to see every December 19th through the 22nd. Turning Point USA putting on America Fest, which was the Student Action Summit. They had to move that because this became so big. And look what I found. My Student Action Summit bracelet from a number of years ago, Turning Point USA. We are ready to see President Trump with the keynote speech once again at this wonderful conference.
So he's speaking around 12:30 Eastern, but there's a lot of great speakers, Bobby. As you know, Rob Schneider kicking it off. We could talk about him all day, being a comedian and an actor. And then, of course, we'll be hearing from President Trump at 12:30. All of this brought to you by a number of great sponsors, including Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898. And Bobby, this book here you can get for free on top of the info kit. So usually it was a purchase for the free silver coin. This one you'll get for free as well.
Outstanding to look at your options, perhaps diversify your 401k or IRA. Look at those options, especially for the new year. And even with President Trump and these amazing Republican majorities coming into Congress, starting January 3rd and January 20th, respectively. It's good to hedge against inflation because we're still dealing with billions and billions of dollars being sent overseas during this lame duck session of the Biden administration.
So gold, silver, precious metals right there. Text Trump to 989898. Let's shift over to Angel Paste. You can go to angelpaste.com. That's crew, all from Spring, Texas, or at least the headquarters are there. Also, they hire military vets, and there are a lot of rave reviews over this product, according to the company, but also it's unlike any other miracle cream, they're saying.
It's outstanding, all natural ingredients. I tried some myself. I felt very hydrated with my hands. And this time of year, it's actually a really cold day down here in Auburn, Alabama, and that dryness happens. So a great product to have here, American-made, veteran, owned, operated, and hiring other vets as well. So a great company.
So angelpaste.com. Let's go to patriotaddictdeals.com. Great sponsors for today's live coverage. The Trump bullet glass, we're told there aren't many left, but we know that there's a 20% discount. Always good to save money, right, Bobby?
It is always good, especially this time of year, because we're buying gifts and seeing family members. It gets quite expensive, but this place, I have to prevent going to this website myself because I just love the products, and this Trump bullet glass is memorabilia not meant to be missed whatsoever, and a great stocking stuffer for those last-minute gifts for family members.
Exactly. So the million-dollar question to Bobby McNeely is, so he purchased the awesome 757 Trump Force One model airplane from Patriot Addict Deals when they had them in stock. I'm not sure if there are any left. Did you bring them down here for your move to Auburn?
Yeah, I did. It's in waiting, so we'll have to wait until the new year. But I'll bring it right off to this beautiful desk, and we'll sit it down here. And looking forward to showing that off as well.
So it's on standby right now.
It's on standby.
It's a delayed flight or no?
You could call it that. Maybe it's on the tarmac, but it's just waiting for this next beautiful month where number 45 and soon to be 47 will come back into office.
And are we not looking forward to that? We are 30 days? No, actually 29 days now, if you're counting at home, until President Trump is sworn in to the Oval Office there, 47th Commander-in-Chief. Looking forward to that. As we're just a few minutes after the hour, if you're just joining us now, this is Day 4 coverage, the final day, AmFest in Phoenix. On top of that, President Trump to speak in a few hours. Let's go over some of the speakers that will be speaking, but also Bobby used to work at TPUSA. So can you talk to us about the history of this? So this seems to be the fourth ever AmFest, first time ever President Trump speaking at an AmFest, correct?
Yes, correct. And this actually started as a separate side celebration during the Student Action Summit many years ago. So December 19th or the 22nd, always the same dates. At the end of the year, many conferences, many people choose not to work those last couple of days, weeks leading up to Christmas, and rightfully so. It's a hardworking country, but Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA never stop, they never sleep, because socialism never sleeps. And that was the mantra. So way back when, it was winter in West Palm Beach. That was the first ever conference of this structure that then turned into the Student Action Summit. Perhaps some of you have attended that as it was their largest conference. That's been moved to the summertime now and has been moved down to Florida. It's been in Tampa Bay for the last couple of sessions. And now this party that branched out from it, America Fest, was so popular with country music stars and more of that pop culture scene wanting to see what Turning Point USA was all about on the campuses. So they decided, why not make this a larger conference? And then, of course, at its headquarters in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. So that's somewhat of the large timeline of the last decade or so of this conference and how it has evolved.
It's such an awesome conference. My wife and I attended in 22. So many great speakers. The entertainment factor in itself, the music that they select, the lights, the video, the visuals, just a great time. And it is targeting that 18 to 24 audience, right?
Right. It's a real focus on students. And of course, many adults come and enjoy it themselves. And that's the biggest commentary for those, it might be their first or second conference. Oh, I wish I had this when I was a student, because the activism and the work, you think of great organizations like Young Americans for Freedom, the College Republicans, even the Young Libertarians on campus, and Young Americans for Liberty. No one has quite done it like Turning Point USA, with so many different programs, especially their field programs, and also Campus Victory, and you have so many other things that get students prepared not only for a career perhaps in business or even in media, but in the public sector, and inspires them as well with partners like Run Gen Z to actually inspire these folks to run for office, because they figure, if you could take those bullets on campus and really face the left, which is probably the first place that they faced it. I know that was the first place I faced it being in college. They'll be able to handle that kind of pressure out in public life, perhaps.
It's quite the accomplishment, Bobby, for the 4th ever conference to have the president-elect, the leader of the free world, on his way right now in Trump Force One to speak there. That must be great for Charlie. And last night, when Charlie and his wife Erica were on stage to wrap up the faith event, it was great to hear Charlie from just more of that casual perspective, but saying things like he basically is up for 20 hours every day for the past week. It's like only a few hours of sleep. But to your point, you said about socialism. What was the comment again about?
Socialism never sleeps. And of course, we know if you've been following Turning Point USA from its inception in 2012, the slogan that made it popular, especially on campus, was "Big Government Sucks." And when you had that plastered onto a t-shirt and you're standing there tabling and reaching out to students, it really teaches you sales as well. I realized when I was working at the nonprofit how much I learned about the basics of sales and business as a result of that. But you're out there with catchy slogans, or one of my favorites actually became during St. Patrick's Day. There's always themes for months or around different seasons. Kiss me, I'm a capitalist, with a nice little Irish. So it was always a great way to get the attention of students on campus. Also, one of the classic things to do while working there was the free speech beach ball. That was so anyone could come up and write whatever they wanted, and I mean whatever they wanted, and I won't repeat it on air, but that was always a great time. And every once in a while, a communist or a self-proclaimed communist, they just had to, learn about their true feelings as they were being educated, would come over with a pocket knife and stab it, and then we just replace it once again with another beach ball.
Unbelievable. Some of the footage out there with Charlie Kirk at colleges and universities across this great nation. And he sits there, and he has a lot of supporters around him, and then he takes on questions. He takes on people that sometimes want to argue or debate. But when you do that against someone like Charlie Kirk, you better watch out, because he is not only brilliant, he's just so aware of what's going on in culture now and has the answer to spin it right to conservatism, but it's through truth instead of lies.
And his tours on campus, I would always say, you better not shout, you better not cry, because Charlie Kirk will make you. And it's true, and it's just not in the season of Christmas and, of course, the AmFest in Phoenix, Arizona, but we did a series of tours with Charlie and special guests, whether that had been Candace Owens or Brandon Tatum, other great speakers in the movement, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna. We worked together at Turning Point to go to these campuses and address many different issues, and the neat thing was, they always said after their panel and any given moderator talking to them about current events, everyone come up to the front of the line who disagrees with us, and let's have a conversation. Really allowing that free speech to happen. And that has evolved, that program in and of itself. It started as Campus Clash, and those are always fun because I think light bulbs really, you could see them turn on or go off even if they continue to disagree on a vast different amount of issues. the idea of, oh, I can disagree without being disagreeable. We can have this dialogue, and our universities and our college centers really should be these areas of debate. And that's been the hope for Turning Point, to do this in a peaceful and patriotic way. And let me tell you, Charlie Kirk, no one works harder in the business. This man is round the clock. And I was privileged to see it for so many years, and am a proud, I guess you could say an alum, if you will, even though I wasn't in college when it happened, but I worked there, and it's one of the proudest things that I've ever been associated with. Many of my dear friends still there with the program as managers, senior directors now, and let's see it go on for years and years to come, because I think it's really changed the culture.
Exactly. The conservative industry just is growing by leaps and bounds right now, as the people are realizing and waking up. We don't want that mainstream culture anymore, or that big business anymore. Big business is good if it's by leadership that is true conservative, and fiscal policies and the like. So before we get to the list of speakers at AmFest Day 4 2024, this is all brought to you by a number of sponsors, including Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415. You see that number there on your screen. And Bobby, of course, it's always good to have someone right there alongside you, especially if you're concerned, you have questions, maybe you miss back taxes, that kind of thing. But these guys are great.
Well, and right now it's almost like having coal in your stocking, but if you have a really great accountant, you might have gotten that packet for next year. April is right around the corner, and that's always a frustrating time. But it's nice just to talk to these great patriots, and our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting. You really can trust them. They believe in the same things. They believe in the same values. Most of the time, starting these companies really to save our way of thinking, or just to be amongst good people. So tnusa.com/RSBN, great tax advice, and they're really well versed not only in federal federal tax law, but the state tax law as well, which can be even more confusing sometimes.
All right, you see that number right there on your screen, 800-357-1415. Let's shift over to Mike Huckabee's crew, who wrote these books right here. That book specifically as well, freetrumpbook.com, The Kid's Guide to President Trump, The Kid's Guide to American Greatness. And again, this isn't, in my opinion, just for the youth. This is for anybody.
Oh, it really is. Because if you have a friend or a neighbor who might have their head in the sand, or they're just not paying attention, this can be almost like those guides, like winemaking for dummies or whatever, those nice line of books. So you can really find those introductory values and whatever you want to learn. This is a great guide for that, and really finding the real achievements and the vision for America that President Trump had and will carry into in the second term, because we knew what the corporate media attempted to do last time. And we'll see. They're kind of waiting in the wings. They seem to be patient right now, but I'm sure that they'll have something cooked up.
Yeah. So we're monitoring that as well here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. In the meantime, freetrumpbook.com, a great sponsor here at Right Side. Let's go to one more before we get to that list of speakers. Of course, makecaregreatagain.com. They have amazing kits there: ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, a Z-Pack, and more. I know, Bobby, you purchased one of these kits as well, right?
Always had that on the road with me as we went, throughout the country, thousands and thousands of miles, and it was a special time to cover all of that for you at these amazing rallies. And today, once again, President Trump returning for that really first big rally post-election. But this is flu season, and colds are going around. Protect yourself from any bacterial or viral infection. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Look at that code RSBN, 15% off. You could save up to $45 with that code. And they're nice and lightweight, so you can keep that in your kitchen pantry, keep it in a backpack, very easy to travel with. So highly recommend your Contagion Emergency Kit.
All right, let's pivot now to starting out the day with the great Rob Schneider. Will be taking the stage for Day 4 AmFest 2024. Let's stop there and talk about Rob a little bit. Of course, he was in Waterboy, wasn't he? The guy that said, "You can do it."
You can do it. Yes, he is.
And he was in Home Alone 2, right?
Home Alone 2, which is one of my favorite Christmas movies that I will be watching over the course of the next couple of weeks. And also President Trump made a cameo there in Home Alone 2. And that was Rob's early career for him.
Yeah.
And brought that comedic intelligence and that social emotional intelligence to every film and everything that he does. And I really enjoyed his role in Big Daddy. Do you remember the
Yeah, of course.
delivering catering guy? And
Yeah.
it was a small role, but really influential as one of Adam Sandler's character's best friends in it, in real life and in that. And I remember the part. He goes, "You must never order BLT. You must trust me." It's like, I mean, very, very Second City inspired. Of course, Saturday Night Live as well. One of those guys, a recent convert to the Catholic faith and becoming a Christian. So an interesting man who just said, look, I can't sit here on the sidelines and watch the left destroy free speech. And I think for a lot of these comedians, they've seen this over the years of this, oh, you can't say that. And people like Jerry Seinfeld being disinvited from college campuses because students were triggered. So I think a lot of these comedians are saying, wait, hold on a second. This is not, our business is to poke fun at many people. And many of them, I mean, Rob Schneider too, a very clean comic in many ways and a great American actor, and just awesome to see how vocal he has been.
Make comedy great again, right?
Amen.
So let's stay with Home Alone 2 real quick. One of the great parts of the movie, I think that the whole crew, the hotel staff, went up to check on the young kid there. And he played a part of the movie that said, "Get down on your knees and tell me you love me." And when they all got down, they're like, "I love you." One of the great parts of Home Alone 2. So hopefully you guys are out there enjoying some Christmas movies as we are, 3 days now? Yeah, 3 days from Christmas. Wow. Hanukkah also starting on December 25th. And then we are, I think it's 10 days until the new year, and now 29 days to Inauguration Day. So we're getting ready.
Amen.
As we move on with the speakers, after Rob Schneider, RNC Chair Michael Whatley, let's stop there as well. The RNC did such an awesome job just keeping an eye on this election, really weeding out the junk of the things from the past leader there.
And co-chair Laura Trump doing an extraordinary job. And this is really the transformation of the modern Republican Party. The GOP in the last, I would say, 2 decades had a real problem with their consulting class. And you see that on K Street, and it's part of the deep state bureaucracy as well. But specifically for the Republican Party, it was that dirty little secret of, oh, I have these conservative values, but you go to other conferences, not so much AmFest and Turning Point USA with the great grassroots activists, but those more heavily political conferences of, oh, even if we lose, the checks will still be written. And you saw that with the McCain campaign. You saw that with Mitt Romney to a certain extent. We saw it with George W. Bush, although they got over that threshold and people like Karl Rove really cared about that campaign. It was a problem throughout Republican politics of barely getting by. Well, then here came the MAGA movement, a totally different approach. Michael Whatley, Laura Trump looking throughout the RNC and saying, you might have to reapply for your job because you're making a lot of money doing nothing. Let's get election integrity moving. They built that office out so brilliantly. And the attorneys, very aggressive attorneys, to make sure that if you are not supposed to be on the ballot, i.e. you're not a resident, you have moved, etc., they cleaned up the rolls. And that really put Virginia into play. It was incredible to watch on election night.
It was. And then all of those election integrity groups and agencies and organizations out there from grassroots as well that really, looked at everything as well when it comes to clearing the rolls, but also some new people becoming a committee man or committee woman or precinct, poll watching, that kind of thing. So it was just really good to see that full circle come around.
Well, and not being overwhelmed. I had the opportunity to serve as a precinct committeeman in my township outside of Chicago for several years. You actually have to run for that position in the primary. But our precinct can be, give or take, thousands of voters. And sometimes reaching every single person can really be difficult as a volunteer. The beautiful thing about Trump Force 47, they could make you a precinct captain, and they say reach out to 10 or 25 of your neighbors who are, really in the middle, or they're just not, they're low propensity voters. They're not really getting out there as they should. Why don't you go make friends with them, have a wine and cheese night, things of that nature. And that really, precinct by precinct, town by town, and you could see with the map, county by county, made a huge difference. And that's thank you to Mr. Whatley and Miss Laura Trump, 2 great leaders in this movement. And looking forward to Michael Whatley continuing that position as chairman of the Republican National Committee, and hopefully for several terms to come.
And we'll see what happens with Laura Trump. I'm sure an announcement is coming. I think I read that it's going to be in January, an announcement for Laura. So
one way or another, and then you see some media outlets saying it's not really going that direction. Others saying we will see. But I think, after the holidays here, we'll have a more clear picture of where that is. And ultimately, the governors get to decide a vacancy in the United States Senate and where Governor DeSantis is thinking about going with that.
Exactly. Before we move on with more of the speakers for day 4, the final day again. If you're just joining us right now, Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely here. We're so glad to be here with you. And also, get ready. Today, let's just do this, is Rally Day in America. Think about it. President Trump is going to be there, and I believe he will also rally the people because this is his first speech since after his victory speech that he has spoken in front of people that are full-on supporters. So it feels good to say that, Rally Day in America there in Arizona. It's a tribute to Arizona, as we heard from our COO, Grace Saldana, that this is what this is about today as well for the Grand Canyon State. Preborn Ministries, you can actually sponsor an ultrasound. Great company there. preborn.com/RSBN. So if a woman is looking at another option other than giving birth, right? So possibly abortion, when she looks at an ultrasound, we've heard, and as you may have heard, after they look at that, they're twice as likely to choose life. So you can actually, for $28, sponsor an ultrasound at preborn.com/RSBN. How awesome is that, Bobby?
I think it's outstanding. What a Christmas gift of life. And of course, we know if we read the Gospels, especially Luke, this beautiful gift we have at this Christmas season of this child baby, the Messiah, who humbly came into this world. And I was actually reading more about the fact that this manger scene that we see in so many homes and in our churches over the course of the next several days and couple of weeks, it's really a beautiful, ornate decoration. But that trough, that feeding trough where Jesus was laid, was actually extraordinarily uncomfortable. A very uncomfortable setting, as there's no room in any inn for this beautiful new family. And that feeding trough was reserved for the finest of lambs that would end up being slaughtered. So you think about that amongst shepherds at the time who were, very humble and almost lowly people in Jewish and Roman society. So it's really, when you really dive into these stories, especially the next few days over Christmas, the humility of our Savior is extraordinary.
And he came to bring life, and that's what this is all about right here at preborn.com/RSBN. It is a Christian organization as well, a great, great sponsor. They're also sponsoring AmFest 2024. So, getting a lot of coverage out there, especially this weekend in Arizona, and of course right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's move on now to our next sponsor, Americava Coffee. If you're fed up with coffee companies that don't share your values, this crew right here, they definitely do. You see the QR code right there on your screen. You can go to americavacoffee.com, and for a limited time, RSBN viewers can save 10% on their order. We're hearing that, of course, this is a woke-free company, 100% American, loves President Trump. It's from the tropical islands of Hawaii and roasted in small batches in the free state of Florida. Not bad. A lot of sun in Florida and Hawaii.
Two of the most beautiful states out there in our wonderful union. And, coffee is such an interesting business. Do you know the ones that shall not be named, those big corporate entities, they only make up for 5% of the American trade of coffee.
Really?
Isn't that interesting? Even though they dominate that space and the drive-thrus, coffee is almost perhaps something like wine, where it's almost endless. And you could find these great companies who care about our values, and especially, I wonder if they do have a nice Kona blend, being that they're Hawaiian. But I like that, President Trump with a Santa hat. It's a mega Christmas, and we'll definitely be ordering some myself. We need to stop these sponsorships because, we're not going to stop them, but I end up buying everything.
I know, well, exactly. All right, let's move on to Birch Gold Group as well. Text Trump to 989898. You'll get a free info kit. You also get that free book right there, The Ultimate Guide to Gold for the Trump Era. Always good to see something like that. It's good to have that awareness, that knowledge moving into the golden age, which President Trump says has already begun. Speaking of gold, right there, you get that free info kit. Text Trump to 989898. This is all about a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, a 401k. because we know the financial markets are all over the place. We know the dollar value is just going up and down. Bidenomics is awful. Even with Maganomics, still good to have a backup plan.
It's a great idea. And there's also going to be great business opportunities that come as a result of this. And what we saw from the first term with Drill Baby Drill and making America energy independent, that is sure to bring down the price at the gas pump, and then in turn maybe an extra few dollars for investments like gold, silver, precious metals, or even if you want to diversify savings you already have with your 401k or IRA, of course looking into properties as well. But this is really a time that will be the golden age of America, and there might be this small window to financially secure your assets, and this is a great way to do that.
All right, and you get that free info kit by texting Trump to 989898 as you take a look at the live screen there from our RSBN crew who is out there, who's been there for 4 straight days, all the way in Arizona. But you know what? We love Arizona, and we love that President Trump will be there today, a tribute to the Grand Canyon State. That vantage point right there, just even with not a lot of people, just still looks really cool. And once we zoom in and show you all the speakers and President Trump when he takes a stage, looking forward to God Bless the USA from Lee Greenwood, looking forward to the Trump dance at the end. It's going to be awesome. And of course, looking forward to hearing from the Commander-in-Chief, soon-to-be Commander-in-Chief of our nation. So before we get to some more commentary, let's move on with some of the speakers here. We know that Paul Perez will be speaking, Matt Gaetz will be speaking, Senator Ted Cruz, the border czar, Tom Homan, and then Charlie Kirk will introduce President Trump. So a lot to be said there by those speakers as well, including the border czar, Tom Homan.
Well, great Sunday lineup, and Mr. Homan reaching out to mayors and governors wanting to work in a bipartisan nature, and I think the biggest hope perhaps, Mayor Eric Adams, and he said in the meeting, I'm not going to share a lot what was dialogued and discussed, but he's willing to work. And the fact that, Eric Adams is a former police officer, he is law enforcement, he's tired of the crime, the pillaging, and everything that's harming really America's greatest city, New York City. You worked there for a number of years, and even when we were there for Madison Square Garden, it's just such an iconic, historical city, and if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, as President Trump has proven. Excited to see Mr. Homan being the border czar. Now we actually will have a border czar. Vice President Kamala Harris failed at that appointed job that President Joe Biden gave her, and it will be nice to have someone there who's worked under, now will be 7 presidents to get the job done and to seal this border. And he said, with the exception of really Joe Biden, every other one has wanted to at least try to make the southern border a safer place.
And we need that for so many reasons. And you bring up New York City, hopefully New York can be made great again, but it's always been said that it's the media empire of the world, or the media capital of the world. Not anymore. People are leaving the New York kind of way of CNNs and MSNBCs and the networks and all that used to be cool. Not so much anymore. Let's be honest, right?
Well, look, it's about being in the New York groove, right? Or at least it was. Well, I'm feeling the Auburn groove. I'm sure I know my friend is here. The South has been amazing, and we've talked about this, how we're so privileged and love to get to do what we do and bring the truth to you, the American people, from the Southland. And it's really changed in the last few years, this entire dynamic in the new media, and getting important stories out there to you and actually covering things like this, because how many times I didn't know about Turning Point USA. How did I not know about this? I have kids, all these stories from neighbors and friends, and you can find it here at Right Side Broadcasting.
Yep, the landscape of the media ecosystem changing for the good and on the right side of history, so always good to see that. All right, so rally vibes in Arizona today. Day 4, AmFest 2024, President Trump to be taking the stage in a little bit from now. When I say a little bit, I mean about 3 hours. But we have a lot of great speakers prior to that. Rob Schneider, Tom Homan, Matt Gaetz, and others. Of course, Charlie Kirk will be on stage, Paul Perez, Senator Ted Cruz, and on. So we'll be wrapping up some great coverage, but the thing that's awesome about these kind of events, it really kind of narrows down and really focuses us in on the message.
Right.
The messaging of what we're doing going forward. And we've been hearing it time and time again, that this is the golden age of America. Here's what we need to do, right? right? And then we also have heard the P word, primaried, a lot as well,
right?
Because of what's going on in D.C. when it comes to the spending bill. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting to have this dialogue between Congressman Chip Roy of Texas and President Trump, and they had a bit of a back and forth. I still think it was respectful, but it was forward. And President Trump said, look, this is someone who's trying to gain up the chain, up the ladder, and really, we might have to look at a primary against him because we have to stop the out-of-control spending. And I think it was a real success to not only continue keeping the government open, but you have this factor of people that are tired of the overspending. And President Trump, Elon Musk, really weighing in and helping to pass a bill that makes a lot more sense than it was stuffed into this. We have to stop these thousands of pages and congressmen, senators getting this the night before and their staffs even not having time to read this. I mean, it's really bloated and ridiculous. We can remember then Speaker Nancy Pelosi with Obamacare. Well, we have to pass the bill so you could see what's in it. That's really never been done except for the last several decades here. It's really out of control.
I think Representative Byron Donald said it great. He said basically that right before Christmas, they're just trying to slide it right through, right? So the American people, because we're all focused on other things a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. Well, not this time. I mean, that one failed. It didn't pass. The one that was more than 1,000 pages, to your point. Then we came back with a 116-page bill, which looked good, and it was Trump supported, Elon supported, that kind of thing. And then, of course, the Uniparty didn't pass that one. Then they finally passed one. I don't know the page count on the third one, but I do know that it does fund the government until March. So we're going to have to look at it again and follow it here at Right Side.
Oh, absolutely. And this is the thing about the muscle that now the Republican majority can use, specifically in the House. They control the purse and stop the spending. Now, we've had allocations taking place, and that's why you've seen so many billions go to Ukraine and the lame duck. What's happening with the Biden administration in its final days is really shameful, especially because they're really trying to set up failure for the incoming administration. We know that won't happen because look at what happened 4 years ago and all the successes, even with all the vipers and the big just chains wrapped around the Trump administration, sometimes from within. But that's really Maganomics, the fact that each and every House member has so much authority when it comes to spending and holding the power of the purse. If you're uncomfortable with it, block it. Filibuster it if necessary. That's why it's there. And I, off the top of my head, thinking of people like Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who are so strong, and former Representative Matt Gaetz. And hey, this is not good for the country. We're going to stand there and we're going to make our piece known. And you need more brave people like that.
I think people in Washington that are in the Uniparty have to get the message that when we, the people, want something, we should get it.
Right.
Simple as that. I mean, they're the representatives of us. So we know that President Trump and the team there are going to take care of business, get the job done, and we're looking forward to that, definitely. All right, so it is just past the bottom of the hour, 9:32, now 9:33 a.m. Eastern. Thank you so much for waking up with us. And if you're out there on the West Coast at 6:30 in the morning, you are dedicated as we are getting ready for day 4 of AmFest. Brought to you by a number of sponsors, including Angel Paste. You can go to angelpaste.com. You can actually use the RSBN promo code for 10% off this product. This is headquartered in Spring, Texas. And Angel Paste also sticks to America First by hiring veterans. And we're told it's unlike any cream on the market or at the market. It contains 0 chemicals and hydrates your skin without feeling greasy. So many customers have reported great results as well. So a great gift out there as well. I don't know if you'll get it in time, though, because it is December 22nd.
Right.
Unless you, maybe if there's a way to get it on UPS or FedEx, overnight, we'll see.
Absolutely. Always a good option, a little bit expensive, sometimes more expensive than the gift itself. But
yeah, exactly.
It's nice to get that there in time for your loved ones.
Exactly. So let's go to patriotaddictdeals.com, the Trump Bullet Glass. You see it right there. You can use the RSBN promo code. You're pretty safe using RSBN promo code for any of these products because you're going to get a discount.
Right, exactly. And then some have RSBN 20 or things of that nature representing how much is off. But we try to make these codes nice and easy for you, for our great sponsors, and we're so grateful for them. So we can bring you this amazing unbridled coverage, and we plan on continuing that into the new year and seeing this new administration, especially in its first 100 days, and what it plans to do to really heal and remedy the country after 4 disastrous years of communism. I mean, it's
Exactly.
really what it is.
Yeah, remedy and reform to the good stuff. So let's go to Tax Network USA, Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/RSBN, or that number you see on the bottom left of your screen. For any tax questions, filing questions, if you miss back payments, if you just have any general questions as well, just give them a call. And Bobby, what's more of your take on when you're working with customer service? Would you rather go online, or would you rather talk to them on the phone?
I'll always rather talk to them, especially something that is so important as taxes, because you might have this question pop up, and there's a lot of convenient different vehicles that you can use, and just type in some numbers, and then, oh, that looks good, and then people get surprised when, oh, another notice comes in August or what have you. Go to the experts at tnusa.com/RSBN. Know exactly what you're paying for, the complications that might be involved in federal and state taxes, and great way to get ahead of it. And you know, we share the same values, so it's the best way to protect yourself against, gosh, this bloated government that hopefully will, be broken up a bit. Maybe some of these federal agencies will be moving to other areas outside of Washington, D.C., so they can actually wine, dine, and maybe perhaps go to church and sporting events with fellow Americans that are not in the federal bureaucracy, actually talk to the real people out there.
And we're also looking forward to the Department of Government Efficiency doing a great job as well.
Absolutely.
With Elon and Vivek. Let's go to freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee, of course, the U.S. ambassador now, appointed to Israel by President Trump. Also up to great things with his show and writing great books. So freetrumpbook.com. Even if you don't get it in time for Christmas, still a great maybe New Year's gift, or how about Inauguration Day gift? That'd be great.
Oh, it's a great day for inauguration, and especially if you have those young students at home who are watching keenly as a new administration comes into play. And again, a historical moment regardless of where people are at, because only 2 people have done this. They've ran for re-election, did not succeed, and then came back for a second non-consecutive term, President Donald Trump and Grover Cleveland, respectively. So really an amazing time in American history.
Definitely. Speaking of President Trump, let's look at our Trump on Truth segment. We'll just roll with it and call it that right now, because he is saying a lot of things on Truth Social. About 20 minutes ago, posting a congratulatory comment to Congressman Barry Loudermilk on the great work he has done in exposing the massive corruption of the J6 Unselect Committee of Political Thugs. President Trump goes on to say, also, congratulations and thank you to Mark Levin for airing this travesty of justice, one that has been so misrepresented by fake news media. We need more warriors like Barry and Mark to expose massive corruption taking place in our country. And if you watched our episode 6 of The Road to 47, I interviewed John Strand, a nonviolent J6er that spent 366 days in jail. Also was for 4 months in solitary confinement.
Terrible.
It was a very obviously tough time for him, but he was able to overcome using his faith and his courage and his grit. But we see what happens when there's a weaponized government. I mean, at the end of the day, if there is a violent act, yes, that's against the law, of course. Then there's a punishment for that. But there were so many people that just didn't do something like that on J6.
Right, and when Paul wrote his letters to different churches and groups in his time, he was suffering in prison himself. And I related to these great people who went out there to tell the truth, who peacefully and patriotically protested. And that's why President Trump has pledged he will pardon these people. And President Trump doesn't always say in advance what he will do, which is one of his leadership qualities and strengths, I believe, to keep people guessing on essential things. But this he's been very clear about. They will be pardoned on day one. That's perhaps the first thing that he might sign, other than border security, as an executive order, this being a pardon to save these people, because that's the other thing you're guaranteed as an American citizen. Regardless, you're presumed innocent if you're being tried, whatever you might be guilty of, to have a trial of either a judge or a jury of your peers to find this and to do it the correct way. Many of these people have not stood trial. They've literally been in solitary confinement in the worst of situations against really people, very violent offenders. and really suffering in this moment. And Mr. Strand, I mean, amazing. I mean, 366 days is just, I can't imagine. I don't think I would do too well.
Yeah, well, he was sentenced to the 3 years, but then was exonerated after everything there. So, it's just very tough to see. And then President Trump speaking about this more on Truth Social, saying Liz Cheney has been exposed in the interim report by Congress of the J6 Unselect Committee as having done egregious and unthinkable acts of crime. President Trump says at the same time, however, she helped the Democrats lose the election by giving her support. She is so unpopular and disgusting, a real loser. President Trump about Liz Cheney there. So moving on, one more post from President Trump, who is on the way to Phoenix for a great speech. Looking forward to that. Today is the 7th anniversary of the Trump tax cuts becoming law. He says, happy birthday. Next year, we will deliver the largest tax cuts in the history of our country. Make America great again. So President Trump on Truth Social from Trump Force One, because I know they're in the air right now, and that was only 18 minutes ago. So President Trump ready to go. And you know what? It's a Sunday morning. I get it. It's Christmas in 3 days. People are at church or at their place of worship this morning, and if they miss President Trump's speech, they could watch, of course, on replay. But there are 29 days until he is the 47th Commander-in-Chief. And you look at your watch and you're like, come on now, come on, hurry up.
And I can remember that 7 years ago, we were around the conference center at the Palm Beach Convention Center in West Palm Beach and watching that as that historic legislation passed. And that took a lot of work. And President Trump really would work so hard in that first term, right up through Christmas at times. I remember one year for the government shutdown that was taking place, he was there by himself on Christmas Eve. His whole family was at Mar-a-Lago, and he said, I'm ready and willing, able to work, get back here, telling the Congress. And he's like, I'm here in the White House with just a couple of other people. It's kind of lonely here, but
exactly.
That's the overtime, what he'll put in for the American people. And again, just incredible that he will be doing this again without that salary. Well, legally has to take $1 because Congress, as he's jokingly said, but maybe they would. They'd probably impeach him if he gave all the money away every quarter. But doing things like saving the Gettysburg Memorial and that beautiful cemetery to honor our fallen from that terrible, terrible battle in the Civil War, and doing things like that with his staff, saying, where can this money go so that I can continue to help this country? He takes a lot of grief for doing the job for free.
Yeah, and to your point about Gettysburg, Abraham Lincoln in that Gettysburg address at the end of it saying that this is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And, that the men that died, they didn't die in vain, So this is a real situation in our country. And we know that we made the right turn at the fork in the road instead of that left, wild, radical, progressive turn. Thank God for that, for the moral fabric of the country, but also we were brought up on the Judeo-Christian values anyway.
Right, and you don't want a situation like that to happen again, of this divide, whether it be politically or regionally. And Lincoln in that speech really addressing both sides of the conflict. And of course, when it ended roughly 2 years after that horrible event, Ulysses S. Grant, who became President of the United States, a great general, up against another great general, Robert E. Lee, saying that now these are our countrymen. Let's come back together. And a profound moment considering just the carnage that took place. And this time around in 2024, we peacefully and patriotically voted and spoke our minds the way it should happen, the way our forefathers envisioned this great constitutional republic. And we were born for such a time as this. And this is our moment as we go close now, 248 years of this country, on July 4th of 2026, a massive celebration that President Trump is planning to have in Iowa specifically. Also, really the deadline for DOGE on all of their recommendations. So roughly 18 months for Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk to bring forward what they plan to do for government efficiency. But I do believe even the first 90, 100 days, I think they will cut and slash where it makes sense, because they know from being great businessmen how to operate really winning organizations.
you were talking about moments in time. I mean, do we realize the moment in time that we have right now with what's really happening? I mean, do we see and understand that President Trump is in the same sentences as an Abraham Lincoln, as a Thomas Jefferson, as a George Washington? I think there's a national park out there that should start getting ready to start creating something at Mount Rushmore pretty soon. Maybe they should start right now at 9:44 a.m. because we see what President Trump has done for freedom and for the Constitution and for we the people. So they should start etching President Trump's face. As I remember interviewing Paul Ingrassia, he said this, and this was the coverage, live coverage after J13. Hours after that happened, Paul was saying if this hasn't, stamped that to happen, it needs to, doesn't it?
Well, it's a remarkable political comeback, but also look at the culture and how history will view all of this. And, Bill O'Reilly has written a book recently with Martin Dugard, a great historian out of Southern California. And they've written these series of their killing books. So it's based on presidents who have been assassinated, would-be assassins, but really game changers and players in the American ethos that have really shaped Western civilization. President Trump's name can be added to that based on this campaign and what was accomplished in the first term and what will be accomplished. There's no question about that. And Mr. O'Reilly speaking recently on who the worst and the best were, and he would not really go into the modern presidency so much, saying that there's not enough time in historical the arena to really look at all of that. But he did say that President Biden, the second worst on his list, he did make one exception. He said across the board, it has been an absolute failure, and we're so fortunate to have President Trump to come back and serve and to fix really the craziness that has occurred over the last 4 years.
Exactly. So the golden age has already begun. President Trump saying that, but also the actions speaking louder than words. We've seen already him traveling to France to meet with the former prime minister there, Macron. Zelensky was there, and then even going to the Army-Navy game. He is, as someone said yesterday, the de facto president. He is right. The commander-in-chief. He's the guy that the country is looking at, and the leader of the free world. Even though not technically in the White House, 29 days from now, it will happen. So looking forward to it. All right, so wellness company, MakeCareGreatAgain.com, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, a Z-Pak, and more. Do you know any of the, is it amoxicillin? There's a few others, right?
Amoxicillin in there. You also have a beautiful respirator in case there's breathing issues sometimes with either a viral or bacterial infection. And that was initially the struggle when COVID first came on the scene. Some of those with weaker immune systems or having those asthma and breathing issues, really it was somewhat of a problem. Of course, we saw the use of respirators in those situations, so a great way to prevent that. And a hospital stay, MakeCareGreatAgain.com, Dr. Peter McCullough, and these experts, epidemiologists who have put together time-tested great medications that some said would not work during the pandemic, but actually it's turned out that they do work very effectively. 15% off, use code RSBN. You'll save up to $45 with that, and very easy to transport, whether it be in your backpack if you're traveling for the holidays, or if you need that in your family pantry. It's something you must have on hand, not just a luxury, but something that is quite vital.
All right, let's pivot now to a great pro-life Christian organization, preborn.com/RSBN. You could sponsor an ultrasound for a woman who is just trying to figure out, does she want to keep the baby or not? And we know that ultrasounds really help when it comes to choosing life. So you can actually sponsor one for $28. They will actually, I think they have a grant. I know they will match it for another $28. But specifically, I believe it's a grant that will match it. But the point is, if you put out $28, another $28 is coming in for an ultrasound there. So a great company there, prebornministries.com/RSBN.
Outstanding gift this Christmas season, and what a way to give back to help those who might be in a crisis pregnancy situation, and giving back to someone who's really in need at the moment. It's the preborn to be the voice of the voiceless.
Exactly. So next up, Americava Coffee. You can support a coffee company that loves America, loves President Trump, is woke, free, and 100% American. We're told this is from the tropical islands of Hawaii and roasted in small batches in the free state of Florida. Check this out, there's a Trump Black Dark Roast to the Let's Go Brandon Light Roast. Haven't heard Let's Go Brandon in a while.
We haven't. That's really one of the
That's a good
originals, right?
Yeah,
one of the great slogans.
That's an OG right there. So our RSBN viewers can get 10% on their entire order. So visit AmericavaCoffee.com for the most delicious and well-balanced and smooth specialty coffee in the world. Stay awake, not woke. There's that information right now. Let's go to our next sponsor, Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898 for more information on gold, silver, precious metals. Not only will you get a free info kit, you'll get that free ultimate guide to gold in the Trump era. And Bobby, we talk about those BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, and the others. That list is growing for them wanting to use their local currency instead of the dollar, which causes all sorts of problems. Always good to have gold, silver, precious metals.
Oh, and great patriots like Ron Paul, Stephen Bannon, and others endorsing this. Dan Bongino, a big fan of Birch Gold Group. And look how you can diversify personally, because look, the world is not going to wait for you to financially secure your assets and your family's assets. So really critical to do. Very simple. Text Trump to 989898. And look, you get that free gold guide and no strings attached. So if you want to figure out what's next for you in 2025 and beyond.
It's in the Better Business Bureau, actually has an A+ rating, and also a lot of 5-star reviews by a lot of happy customers. So text Trump to 989898. All right, it is 9:51 a.m. Eastern Time. Bobby McNeely, Matthew Alvarez here live, AmFest 2024. Phoenix, Arizona. This is the last day of coverage. If you're just joining us now, thank you so much for watching. Looking forward to hearing from President Trump in a bit, and then also Rob Schneider kicking off the speeches there at AmFest. If you missed any of the coverage, you can just replay it on Rumble or YouTube from day one, which started Thursday night, of course Friday, and then yesterday, and then today here on this Sunday morning as we are 3 days from Christmas. Real quick question for Bobby, putting him on the spot. Give me your top 3 favorite Christmas movies.
Here we go. Muppet Christmas Carol, Scrooged, Home Alone.
I love how he said, here we go. You're pumped for that one. That's awesome.
Because I was ready to ask you.
No, I hear you. All right, so I would say Santa Claus with Tim Allen.
Great one.
Jingle All the Way with Arnold.
Absolutely.
And Sinbad, of course.
Now, Sinbad, classic.
And then Home Alone. I would say Home Alone and Part 2. So that's 4 movies, but it's still pretty much the same. So those are my favorite ones. I was going to ask him more about the Muppets. Let's not do that right now. We'll do that maybe later on.
But I can say the Home Alone house is again for sale. I saw that in Winnetka, Illinois. It's a beautiful, and the street looks exactly the same as it did.
Yeah.
And maybe the interior is slightly different, but you'll see the
interior is really different.
I was looking at some of the photos.
Yeah, downstairs they have this huge basketball court, I think now.
Right, absolutely.
It's wild.
And they actually did shoot in some of the house as well. See, usually when you get inside scenes in film or television, that's usually constructed. So you do it separate from the outside. This one, they actually used the house, so that's really neat.
And it's only $5.3 million. I hear Bobby, he's from Illinois, so he needs a second house, and so I think you bought it.
Well, the taxes are out of control, so I'm going to stay here in Alabama.
No, I meant as a second house, though.
Oh, of course, a summer house, if you will.
A winter house.
Right.
Anyway, so Home Alone, good stuff. Of course, seeing President Trump, as you mentioned earlier, in Part 2, just fun movies. We're looking forward to watching all those movies, I'm sure, with your families, with my family, and we're all just looking forward to it. Anyway, all right, let's get back to it here as we are approaching slowly the top of the hour, 10 o'clock on the East Coast, only 7 out there on the West Coast, and I believe, what time is that Mountain Time? Is that 2 hours behind? That's 7,
It should be 7:53.
So it's 6:53, and
right.
All right, 7:53 Mountain Time. Phoenix is interesting, right? It is a West Coast state, of course. But the fact that they go back and forth with the mountain time's wild.
Right. They do not adhere to the daylight savings. And that's something President Trump has been talking about, perhaps getting rid of that. But really, I believe just 2 states right now, Arizona, State 48, and of course, Hawaii, that do not observe that and stay the same time year round.
If anybody's watching in Alaska right now, hello.
Hello to Alaska.
Is it there, do you know?
So that is an hour behind Pacific. So that would be 9:54. It is 5:54 in the morning. Eastern time. When I worked there, it was very interesting when those early morning interviews would take place with the senators, Dan Sullivan and Lisa Murkowski, respectively. If they had to go back to D.C. live and they were in-house, those doors were open bright and early when it was nice and dark outside, unless you were summertime, because the summertime, you get the 24 hours of sun. So you start, is it morning? Is it afternoon? What time is it exactly? Alaska's a really interesting place.
Yeah, definitely. And you'd have to get those blacked out curtains, I'm sure, if it's, 3 a.m. and the sun's still kind of hovering, right?
Right, you need some sleep, and they have interesting sleep cycles up there in the Great White North, and truly the last frontier. A beautiful place to visit, and if you're brave enough, I guess as I was, to go work up there. But it was a wonderful experience, and I look forward to visiting again in the future. Definitely during the summer.
Definitely. My brother-in-law actually has some family from Alaska as well, so met up with them a few years back, and it was what was great about them. The fact that they love MAGA and they love Trump.
Right.
Isn't it cool to have a state that's way up there, but they're like, we love Donald Trump.
Oh, big fans in a beautiful place, and a lot of it has to do with the conservation and hunting and fishing, and also just enjoying the beautiful God-created environment that really is showcased in the great state of Alaska. And that's why I think there's some comparisons now to Teddy Roosevelt. I think we have to really look at that. I mean, he was a great conservation president, and those national parks really established because of his leadership. And President Trump and him really rough riders, literally and figuratively speaking, in the sense of their boldness, their braveness, and willing to do the tough things to make a difference for our great country.
Exactly. So if you are there in Alaska watching right now, please say something on Rumble or YouTube. Just say, hey, I'm watching in Anchorage, or, So anyway, back to it here as we approach the top of the hour. Looking forward to tossing it out to Phoenix, Arizona. As soon as the first speaker takes the stage, we will do that. That will be Rob Schneider. If you're just joining us, let's talk about Rob real quick again. Again, he was in Home Alone 2. He was in Waterboy, saying, you can do it, right? And, and then the other movies you were mentioning earlier as well.
Big Daddy, he was, of course, Adam Sandler, they're good friends, and actually do have the same agent, because we had reached out to that gentleman when I was at True Social, wanting to get them onto the app as well. And that's when we really started to see this, I guess, transformation for Rob Schneider. And maybe it wasn't so much this massive epiphany, simply it was common sense. Hey, this is wild that people are canceling comedians on college campuses. People like Jerry Seinfeld, even Sinbad had some issues with that, and others because of their commentary in public life. And that's the essence of making comedy great again. It's actually pointing out very funny flaws or whatever it might be in a respectful manner. And people like Rob, who was disinvited from different places, and he said, wait, this is crazy. This is against the First Amendment. This is against the Constitution, the very essence of who we are as a constitutional republic. And a lot of that comedy, as you saw with Dana Carvey, he was great as President Biden, really providing many, many laughs on Saturday Night Live recently regarding that. And that's how we celebrate being a free nation, right? We can criticize our leaders and do it in such a way that is fun and lighthearted.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I was thinking about, President Trump, I believe it was before he was, president, of course, maybe he was part of being a roast on Comedy Central or something.
Right.
It takes a real man to be able to go up there, and a number of ways to measure that, of course, in the sense of life. But the point is, when you're roasted in such a way, and you just stand up there and you can laugh at yourself, I mean, it's part of the fun. So I was thinking about John Voight and Dennis Quaid and a number of people out there. Kevin Sorbo, great actors as well.
They really are.
That are Trump supporting and conservatives and speaking out, even in that whole the Hollywood cancel culture thing.
Right.
It's like, who cares about cancel culture anymore?
And you can find them in that great movie Reagan that came out recently. And Kevin Sorbo's role is really, actually, smaller but a really profound one. He was Dutch's, and that was Ronald Reagan's nickname as a kid. Of course, the radio name that he first used when he was a baseball announcer for the great Chicago Cubs, and then what ultimately led him out west to Hollywood in the movies. Dutch was really inspired by his congregation, and Kevin Sorbo plays that pastor who ended up baptizing a young Ronald Reagan. So really an interesting story.
Yeah, and Kevin Sorbo starring in God's Not Dead and other movies out there, Let There Be Light. So yeah, it's great to see people that are showing that they are either a person of faith or a supporter of Donald Trump, and we're seeing that through a lot of industries as well. So it's pretty cool stuff. All right, let's go to angelpace.com. Angelpace.com. The HQ is in Spring, Texas. Also, they hire military veterans. I've been saying I have to get this product for my wife. I still haven't yet. Hopefully she's not watching. But I did get some other Christmas gifts for her. I know you tried the product too, just for fun, just to see what it was like.
I think it's outstanding. It is. It's refreshing. It's especially this time of year where it gets very dry. Of course, it's dry year-round in Phoenix, Arizona, in the desert. But nice to have in those winter months when your skin kind of gets dry and gross. So it'll keep you nice and hydrated, and a great way to support veterans. They hire veterans over at Angel Paste. Really wonderful people. And of course, a quality product. And a lot of that other stuff, it just has garbage in it and chemicals, and this is all natural. So Angel Paste, Miracle Cream, angelpaste.com.
And RSBN for that 10% off there as well. Let's go to freetrumpbook.com. Freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee again. The U.S. ambassador now to Israel, thanks to President Trump for that appointment. And you see there the Kid's Guide to President Trump, but also there's the Kid's Guide to American Greatness and indoctrination as well, just to really bring awareness to what's going on in a number of schools out there and education systems. Really trying to indoctrinate the youth, but even that happened in college. I remember just the professors just saying things that were so left-wing. For me, I didn't really see it, at that point. I thought, okay, well, what they're saying is true. It sounds convincing. When you got that mind that's still learning and developing and hungry to learn, isn't that such almost a crime, figuratively speaking? Well, in a way, it really is a crime to lie like that to the people and say things that are just false. Anyway, so freetrumpbook.com will kind of set the record straight. Right there. So let's go to patriotaddictdeals.com. Some great products there as well. The Trump Bullet Glass, 20% off if you use the RSBN 20 promo code. I keep joking with Bobby about him going on this website because he purchases things like the Trump Force One diecast model plane, that kind of stuff. But a great website there. I'm not sure if there's any more left, but he could put this on eBay maybe.
Oh, it's too precious. We'll put this right in the middle of the desk come January so you can see it.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. We'll have to definitely do that. Let's go to Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415. Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/RSBN. If you have any back taxes or any questions generally about taxes, right there is a great group of patriots. Tax Network USA. All right, it is 10:02. We're just past the top of the hour. For Bobby McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We're going to go to a commercial break. We'll be right back for AmFest 2024.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen-size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size, only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use My Pillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size My Pillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
And welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting, just past 10 o'clock East Coast time. I'm Bobby McNeely here with the magnificent Matthew Alvarez as we cover Phoenix, Arizona, and Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action, Turning Point Faith, all coming together for this Turning Point Conference, America Fest, AmFest 2024. Oh, I'm wearing my Student Action Summit bracelet from Turning Point USA, which I found while I was moving.
That's awesome.
Love this organization.
The brilliant Bobby McNeely joining me here. It's awesome to have you guys with us on this Sunday morning at 10:05 a.m. as we get ready to go to Phoenix, Arizona. Rob Schneider to kick off the great day 4, the final day, as President Trump on his way to the Grand Canyon State, speaking around 12:30. So we're getting closer by hour, but it's just wonderful to have you join us here. Also, a lot of great sponsors that are bringing the live coverage today for us, providing us the funds to be able to do this. So we're also thankful to them because there are actually great products as well. I mean, these are patriotic companies, just like MakeCareGreatAgain.com, the wellness company. Ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, Z-Pak, and more, amoxicillin, that kind of thing. So many medications. So all you have to do is go to MakeCareGreatAgain.com, fill out. Tell us the process, though. You know, I know there's a medical online thing to kind of type into.
Right, and sometimes you can use that through your doctor's office, but there is just a form. You fill that all out, and you may get some follow-up questions, but a lot of these are prescription needed and required, but of course you can go through the company as well to make that happen. But it can also work with a primary care doctor. Really no reason that every American home should have this. It really is vital. It's not a luxury. It's not something that, oh, this is a horse pill or this, that, or the other. Many of these things care for a number of different illnesses, but we saw with the pandemic that these medications can actually save your life and prevent worse things from happening. So highly recommended, MakeCareGreatAgain.com, and it comes from the best, like Dr. Peter McCullough, a wonderful epidemiologist who bravely told the truth. His testimony before the Texas Senate was extremely eye-opening in those really middle days and somewhat early days of the COVID pandemic.
Let's switch over to Americava Coffee. Americava Coffee, who loves President Trump, loves MAGA, and also has a great product there. We know that this is from the tropical islands of Hawaii, roasted in small batches in the free state of Florida. Just like our 45th and soon-to-be 47th president, the Trump Gold blend is luxurious, rich, bold, and strong. So, it kind of sounds like, no, I'm just
It does. It just sounds like Matthew Alvarez.
But they also have the Trump Black Dark Roast to the Let's Go Brandon Light Roast as well. So you could save 10% off their entire order, off your entire order as an RSBN viewer. So it's pretty cool stuff and a great product right there.
Absolutely. It's, you know, I'm going to try some of that dark roast, I think, because I'm a personal fan of that.
Yeah.
Anything French dark roast. Do you have a favorite brew?
Cold brew is good.
It is good.
You know, I was going to say nitro over at one company right now, but
right.
hey, anyway, so Let's move on to our next one. I believe it's Birch Gold Group. Is that correct, Director? All right, let's do it. Text Trump to 989898 for more information. You'll get a free info kit. You'll also get that free ultimate guide to gold for the Trump era. So all you have to do is text Trump to 989898 to get that ball rolling. And Bobby, I did this one time. I just wanted to see the whole process. And they'll send you that that free info kit on your phone. You just click on
Fantastic.
it via text, right? And then you'll line up a phone call. And they weren't pushy. This is one thing I really liked. They didn't call back. They didn't keep bugging me.
Right.
And that is something I like. Who doesn't like that?
Oh, exactly, because it's always, I've worked in sales myself, and it's always, okay, when can we line up that follow-up call? And it's part of that process.
Right.
But, it's nice just to have that, okay, let me think about this. Let me just digest it, because we're all busy.
Right.
And when you're on the phone, you get that anxious feeling,
and
it doesn't feel right. They're not going to do that to you here with Birch Gold.
Exactly. So, and my point about not calling back, because I haven't made a decision yet, but the point is, they didn't bug you.
Right, exactly.
And that's
like they're human.
Yeah, they get it.
It matters.
So anyway, the point is, this is a A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of happy customers, countless 5-star reviews. Always good. Tax sheltered IRA, 401k backed in gold. Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898 for more information. All right, so we're looking at 10:09 Eastern as we get ready to go back to Phoenix, Arizona for day 4 of coverage. If you missed any of the coverage, all you got to do is just replay it on Rumble, on YouTube, or on our website, rsbnetwork.com. Isn't it great, Bobby, to be part of a conservative network for America First News, for freedom, for truth, for justice, just to really get the narrative that is the common sense, true narrative out there to the American people.
It's an unbridled time of access to so much information. And we've really seen this landscape change over the last several years, and with this MAGA movement. And President Trump has proven it is larger than just him coming down that golden escalator, but it took that bold stance, that leadership, in saying, hey, these are the issues that are destroying this country. And if you go back to his interviews with a great friend of his, Larry King, that great show in 1987, talking about how Japan at the time was manipulating its currency. Many forget the great capitalist and the great communicator, Ronald Reagan, slapped a 100% tariff on the Japanese government at that time, saying, you're not going to do this. You're not going to hurt the American dollar on a global scale. Well, they went into negotiations, all in the backs of the evil empire as it began to crumble. But that was taking up so much of Reagan's time, as we've seen from Dennis Quaid's incredible performance as the 40th president. But President Trump, very similar, and always remaining consistent in these, or whether it was talking to Oprah way back in the day when she loved President Trump until he actually took office. If you've read Letters to Trump, some of the memoirs are really eye-opening and hysterical, because she would pen to paper, oh, wow, Donald, what would it be like if we ran together? We could do so much to save this country. And for some reason, she's changed her tune. But I do know this, Harpo Productions and Studios taking over $2 million to interview Vice President Kamala Harris, when many of these other celebrities on President Trump's side did it out of their own free will. There's quite a difference.
The great thing about Letters to Trump is you see all of these heads of state, these dignitaries, celebrities writing to President Trump, and then you get to see the actual letters. Then you look at the end of the book. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to spoil it for you, because if you don't have it by now, come on now, let's get this book. All right, so I saw it at a Barnes & Noble, and I looked at the back as well. And it's a letter from President Trump to we the people. So Letters to Trump, and then he writes a letter to us. That's pretty awesome.
Pretty remarkable. He's a man of great character and fortitude, resolve, and perseverance. And we saw that on the campaign trail now perhaps more than ever. I mean, 2024 was a topsy-turvy series of events, but who was calm and remained faithful in that process? Donald John Trump, more than anyone else. He was cool under pressure, and I really enjoyed, towards the end covering these rallies when he said, I gotta tell you, we're doing so well, those internal polls, but he's like, don't pretend I didn't say it, go out there and vote anyway.
Exactly.
And that's what happened. It was too big to rig, and he won every state where there was voter ID. Every state that did not have voter ID somehow the vice president was able to succeed in those realms, but maybe we'll see something now with a national ID or a national voter ID law or something to, really address some of the questions over the last 4 years and what happened back in 2020.
Exactly. So we know the Reformation of America is at hand with the golden age starting with President Trump. We're going to go over the 20 promises, the core promises to the American people, because we at Right Side Broadcasting Network see these 20 promises. We know that it's been said, promises made, promises kept. So we want to see all of these things happen. I think the only way anything won't happen out of these promises is if the uniparty or anything from the left really tries to interfere with just the mandate that we have, which is to get this job done. If you're just joining us now, you're looking live at Phoenix, Arizona. You see there on your screen, President Trump to speak at 12:30 Eastern. We also will be going there prior to the president's speech when Rob Schneider takes the stage for the kickoff of the final day of AmFest 2024. So we'll be going there sooner than 12:30. So as soon as he takes the stage, we'll go there live. So let's look at some of these platform promises. As Bobby and I have shared this with you several times, whether it's in studio or out there in the field, we, again, want to see what Elon Musk is saying at the top of his X page. He says, the people voted for major government reform. This is the reform right here. Number one, no question, day one, President Trump, seal the border and stop the migrant invasion.
Exactly, and that will help in so many regards when it comes to safety, when it comes to the economy. The migrant invasion, these illegal aliens have really affected heavily immigrant communities or first-generation Americans. And for those who have gone through it legally and the correct way, which has not been incentivized, sadly, have really suffered the consequences, whether it be heightened crime in their neighborhoods or access to jobs. We've heard this even now. Look at the Chicago City Council. We've seen many residents addressing Mayor Brandon Johnson and saying that your policies are destroying this great city, and thank God that President Trump is coming in with Operation Aurora. And these aren't my words, it's the 3-minute public comment that you see that the mayor has to sit or stand and take the commentary from the people he's supposed to serve. He actually canceled a meeting, I think it was last week, and walked out and said this meeting is adjourned because he couldn't take the vitriol.
Let's go to Phoenix right now.
By the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
We love our country with the vision and the passion and the dedication that she deserves. Congress needs to change. Things can't keep going the way they've always been. And it is the duty of your leaders to do everything possible to protect you, your family, and your interests. And they can hate me, they can smear me, they can try to expel me, but I know I have you in my corner, and I will never stop fighting for you. thank you so much. I wish you were all in the United States Senate. I wanted quite badly to be your next Attorney General, and to be nominated by President Trump for that position was indeed the honor of my professional life. And I view it greatly as a validation of the choice that the voters in Northwest Florida made over and over again to send me to fight for them. But some things don't go according to plan. Matter of fact, one of my Republican colleagues said to me as I had been nominated, Matt, if you leave the Republican conference in the House of Representatives and go to the Department of Justice, we actually think you can improve the quality of both institutions. But I saw the writing on the wall, and that my nomination would cause a delay of the important work that we see ahead. And that is because there remain anti-Trump forces within the Republican conference in the United States Senate. And President Trump needs an Attorney General on day one. And I just assumed, when I withdrew my nomination, looking at everyone else who had been Attorney General, that I would be replaced by someone less attractive. But instead we got Pam Bondi, who is brilliant and lovely, who is talented and courageous, who is creative and bold. Pam Bondi will be a phenomenal Attorney General for President Trump. She has my support and all of ours, and we're going to do everything to see that the mission is accomplished. But the DOJ must change. It must end weaponization of our government. It must facilitate rather than frustrate the largest deportation in American history. It must stop the unlawful surveillance of our fellow Americans. And it must punish the companies involved in the transport, manufacturing, and distribution of fentanyl. And most importantly, on day one, the Department of Justice has to be ready to pardon the non-violent January 6th defendants who were abused by a two-tier justice system. Pam will do these things. We must get her confirmed, and as we look at these Senate confirmations, I must say, I think I moved the Overton window just a bit. The Senate must confirm Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr., and perhaps most importantly, my good friend for the next FBI director, Kash Patel. Republican senators should be ashamed of themselves if they believe the Hillary Clinton lie that somehow Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian agent. I care far more that Tulsi Gabbard will clean up the deep state, tell the truth, and keep America out of forever wars. And while it is a little odd, I don't particularly care that RFK Jr. may have killed a bear or texted back a thirsty reporter. I care far more that RFK Jr. will stop Big Pharma and Big Food and big chemical companies from killing our fellow Americans through poison. And it is offensive to me that Republican senators want to tweeze through the life of Pete Hegseth when they haven't lifted a finger in many cases for the lives of the 8,600 patriots who were purged from the Department of Defense as the consequence of an unlawful vaccine mandate. I won't rest, Hegseth won't rest, and Donald Trump will not rest until those patriots are welcomed back with their full rank and back pay. Republican senators, we, the voters of this movement, will not accept the answer that you voted for Joe Biden's nominees, like Lloyd Austin, but refused Trump's. Politics will encounter more accountability these days. We just saw it last week. Last week, every lobbyist in Washington, D.C. wanted this 1,500-page bill to pass with billions of dollars in pork, with the funding of the censorship industrial complex, with the funding of bio labs and foreign aid that do not serve America's interests. They had all the wind at their back. They had backed us up against a Christmas break, and thanks to Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Turning Point and the millions of people who are mobilized on X, we defeated the bill of the lobbyists, and we are ready to march on with America First agenda. And the Democrats, they just don't get it. They continue to criticize Elon Musk as if he is acting in self-interest, when we all see that Elon is acting alongside President Trump in the national interest. And we have something now that we've never had before. We have the ability to lash the resources that Elon is committed to with the energy and the mobilization and the infrastructure built by Charlie Kirk and animated by Turning Point Patriots in chapters all over America. Many have asked which perch I will be fighting from next. And some of you throughout this conference have even given me a few suggestions. My fellow Floridians have asked me to eye the governor's mansion in Tallahassee. Maybe special counsel to go after the insider trading for my former colleagues in Congress. It seems I may not have had enough support in the United States Senate. Maybe I'll just run for Marco Rubio's vacant seat in the United States Senate and join some of those folks. And my friend Steve Bannon and others have suggested that I return to the House of Representatives on January 3rd, but I would remind Steve, when he got out of prison, he didn't punch a guard on the way out. For the moment, I'll enjoy being one of you. It was James Madison who said that the most powerful position in America would not be congressman or senator or even president, but that of citizen, because we put such an obligation on the citizenry to ignite the patriotism that the country needs. President Trump will need warriors at every level of government, local, state, and federal. And he's going to need people fighting for him inside and outside of government. Now, I was known as a feisty, tough, and at times exciting congressman. One America News is a feisty, tough, exciting news organization, and I am thrilled to be joining their lineup with the Matt Gaetz Show at 9 p.m. They're even letting me film out of Washington, D.C. a good amount, and so who knows what trouble I may get into while I'm there. Censorship of OAN, the Federalist, and so many other conservatives must be remediated. It is not enough just to stop the censorship now going forward or to limit the repression of our reach and our discussion. We have to go and remediate the censorship that they've already done to One America News and to so many other entities that deserve to be a part of what we are building and what we are doing. Last night on Saturday Night Live, they made a little joke at my expense. Martin Short, in his opening monologue, said, "Oh yeah, I have to hurry up because Matt Gaetz is my Uber driver out back." And I got to thinking about that. Think about being so disconnected that you would sit there with the Hollywood elites while trashing the people who drive Uber and actually work for a living every day. So, this is a movement for winners. The greatest one will be taking this stage in just moments. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you to everyone out there who knocked on the doors in the swing states, who registered the voters, who chased the ballots, who made the calls on Election Day. You deserved this victory. You earned this victory. You fought for it, and now it is time to get up, stand up, join together, and to fight for this country we love. Thank you all so much. Thank you for having my back. I will never stop fighting for you. Let's go get them.
President Trump strikes fear in the enemies of America. They should have stopped this invasion. They did nothing. They not only facilitated, but they encouraged it.
One life lost to an illegal or unvetted alien is untrue. That is why the 16,000 men and women of the National Border Patrol Council, the Border Patrol Union, fully support and strongly endorse Donald J. Trump for President of the United States.
Good morning, Arizona. It's great to be here today. I come from the great state of Texas, where we've got a governor and an actual border czar. But the next border czar, Tom Homan, just saw him backstage, he's going to do wonders. He's going to be great. But let me tell you why I'm here. I'm here to thank you for what you did on Election Day. Every single one of you across the country, as well as Democrats and independents, saw this country in the worst possible position it had ever been. And on January 20th, we're taking this country back. We're going to secure our borders the way they need to be secured. There's a saying in Spanish, and I'll tell you what it means in English. Dime con quién andas, te diré quién eres. And what that means is tell me who you're with, and I'll tell you who you are. And Donald Trump is with the American people. There is no stronger advocate for America first than Donald Trump. And because of everything that he has done, he's going to make America great again. We're going to get our power back on the world stage. We're going to get respect for our military. We're going to fix the economy. But more importantly, we're going to protect you and your family from the invasion that this administration has allowed to take place in this country. Millions and millions of people have poured across this border, unvetted, and have committed crimes, taken lives, taken over buildings, taken over cities, taken over communities that you and I live in, that you and I work in, and have made America unsafe. And that ends on January 20th. There is no president that I have served under that has done more for America than President Trump. And I've served under 5, going back 27 years as someone who has protected this country, who's protected this border. Nobody has done it the way Donald Trump has done it. And he has surrounded himself with the best people to get the job done. You've got Stephen Miller in the White House. You've got the next Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. You've got Tom Homan. How much better can you be? We're going to secure this border once and for all, and we're going to erase the stain of the Biden administration and what they've done to this country. Before he pardons, before he commutes sentences, what he needs to do is apologize to the families who have suffered at the hands of illegal criminal aliens who have committed crimes in this country. He owes them an apology. He owes the Border Patrol agents an apology for accusing them of whipping Haitian migrants when that was another hoax. Never happened. So before he leaves, he needs to do those things. But do we have hope that he will? Absolutely not. Because he's going to continue to let this country become the laughingstock. Up until the time that Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office on January 20th, America will be back on that day. And I'm looking forward to it. We're going to protect this country. We're going to take it back. I'm a veteran. My son serves in the military. Got a daughter that just graduated with her master's degree last weekend. Got a daughter-in-law that's in college. A wife that's a college graduate. I have a wonderful family. And I want to make sure, President Trump wants to make sure, that your country can help you get everything that you want. God bless you. God bless Donald J. Trump. And God bless everybody tonight. Thank you.
We focused on touching every single American family. Our messaging was very uplifting. It was very upbeat.
We must unite as a party, and we must unite as a nation.
We want to get to January 20th and hit the ground running. We do not want to waste a lot of time to be able to get this economy out of a ditch and make sure that we're working for every American family.
We know what strength looks like, and we know that America is a nation of inherent strength.
Well, God bless America. 9 years ago, Donald Trump came down that escalator and announced to the world that he was going to make America great again. 9 years ago, the formula was pretty simple. We're going to rebuild our border. We're going to restore our economy. We're going to keep our communities safe. And we are going to make sure that America is strong enough to protect our interests and our allies around the world. For 4 years, that is exactly what he did every single day. For the last 4 years, America has been adrift. America has been weak. And when America is weak, the world is a far more dangerous place. But help is on the way. Because in less than 30 days, Donald J. Trump is moving back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Republicans will control the House. Republicans will control the Senate. And by God, America is going to be strong again. You know, a lot of people ask, Chairman, how did we get here? How did we win this race? The fact is, we had a pretty simple formula. Get out the vote, protect the ballot, win the battleground states. In order to win a battleground state, you need three things. Number one, you need to get out the vote. Number two, you got to protect the ballot. And number three, you need a great campaign run by a great candidate. Let's just get the easy part out of the way. Donald Trump is not just a great candidate. He didn't just run a great campaign. He is the single greatest leader of this party that we have had in the history of this party in generations. And when it came to getting out the vote, we were there. And when it came to protecting the ballot, we built the first ever national election integrity program. Laura Trump and I recruited 6,500 attorneys, 230,000 volunteers, and every time a vote was cast and every time a vote was counted, we were in the room. But I'll tell you this, I had the best campaign staff ever. We had the best RNC staff ever. But it wasn't enough. We can't do this alone. We need partners. We need allies. We need patriots from all 50 states. Simply put, we need you. We would not have won this election, and Donald Trump would not be the president-elect today if it weren't for Turning Point and the people in this room. So I have two messages today, very simple messages. The first, thank you. Thank you for what you have done to make America great again. Thank you for knocking on doors. Thank you for making phone calls. Thank you for having those ultra-critical 5-minute conversations with undecided voters in every single battleground district, every single battleground state. Thank you for your work here in Arizona. Thank you for your work in Wisconsin, in Georgia, in North Carolina, in Nevada, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan. Because of you,
we won every single one of those battleground states. 312 electoral votes. And my second message is equally simple. Our work is not done. This is a movement, and we are going to continue to work every single day. We are going to support Donald Trump and all of his nominees. We are going to make sure that this common sense, America First agenda is going to move through the House and through the Senate. And then we're going to win in 26, and we're going to win in 28. But first, on January 3rd, we're going to have a Republican House, and we're going to have a Republican Senate. And then, on January 20th, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th President of the United States of America. And we will immediately see a man roll up his sleeves and get to work, and he and you are going to make America great again. Thank you, everybody.
You've obviously become, vocally political.
He's taking a stand against woke culture.
The SNL legend tackling the subjects that most comedians wouldn't dare go near.
Rob Schneider standing right here. And your best weapon against tyranny is to be able to speak your mind, to be able to speak freely without reproach from your government. We have to continue to fight to get Americans healthy, mentally healthy, and get them off these drugs, because the health of American children is more important than me making Deuce Bigelow 4. I knew I was on the right track when I was attacked for saying I must put God, my family, and my country before my career. When you no longer feel a slave to the system, when they don't own you, you are free. But I'm not going to bow to this pressure, and I never have.
What's up?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here. President Joe Biden just pardoned Lee Harvey Oswald. If President Trump wants to make Canada the 51st state, one stipulation: at least one of the senators has to be a moose. Unlike Oprah, I am not being paid to be here. I'm here because I love my country and because Donald Trump surrounds himself with intelligent women who are very good looking. What a crowd. Wow. There's got to be 5,000 people here, which is double MSNBC's primetime viewership. Wow. Well, what an election. Wow, I haven't seen a man beat a woman that brutally since the Olympic Games. We don't want to be like the Democrats who want to destroy American traditions, like counting votes by hand. They don't care about you, they only care about themselves. Remember the Democratic convention? They had a big fence around it and checked people's IDs. All I want is for this country to have the same level of security as a Democratic convention. Well, thanks to the Democrats, we may not know what women are, but at least we now know what women are not. Qualified to be in charge of the Secret Service. I've seen more competent female Ghostbusters, frankly. Well, the Democrats still seem confused as to why they lost this election. They want to think it has something to do with misogyny or racism. Well, let me clear it up for those still bewildered Democrats. You lost because you tried to tell the American people that the economy was great when they couldn't afford to buy groceries. You lost because you ran a moron in place of a president you knew was a corpse attached to a car battery. Even the Amish, who never voted. It's like, honey, go, Hilda, go get my horse. I don't know what electricity is, but I know one thing, I'm definitely voting against this dipshit. Democrats, you lost because you tried to convince the American people that it was racist-y to close the border and not let people come in illegally to rob and murder them. You lost because nobody gives a fuck about the term Latinx. You lost because your Justice Department called parents who showed up at school board meetings terrorists just for not wanting pornography in their children's classrooms. You lost, Democrats, you lost because you lied about January 6th, calling it worse than Pearl Harbor or 9/11, instead of what January 6th really was, the FBI guided tour of the Capitol building. You lost, Democrats, because men can't have babies, women don't have dicks, even if they play in the WNBA. And free speech isn't a privilege like a driver's license. It's a God-given right guaranteed by our Constitution. You lost because you colluded with tech companies like Facebook to silence Americans. You lost because you fired doctors, nurses, scientists, and frontline workers for refusing to take an experimental gene therapy because my body, my choice only counts if it's about abortion. You lost because during the pandemic, you closed churches and small businesses, but kept open strip clubs, liquor stores, and Walmarts, and wanted us to mask up between bites. You lost because they just finished counting the votes in California this morning. You lost because flying Haitians into Ohio in the middle of the night just to increase your voting base is kind of a shady thing to do. Now, I have no problem with legal immigration. I'm just not sure Haiti is sending us their best cat-eating rapist cannibals. Sorry. That was too much even for me. I apologize. You lost because when Bill Clinton goes on The View, Whoopi Goldberg doesn't ask her about Epstein's Island. You lost because you put Kamala Harris in charge of the border. The Democrats finally acknowledged they screwed up the border when Biden removed President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy to stop illegal immigrants from flooding into our country. And now President Trump has an even better policy to stop illegal immigration. It's called the Joe Biden remain in Delaware policy. And lastly, you lost because you can't give $100 billion to Ukraine and only $700 to American fire victims in Maui. And only $800 to American hurricane victims in North Carolina. Zelensky is obviously a cokehead. All the signs are there. You give him $1 billion, the next week he's broke. He's always wearing the same dirty T-shirt that Sean Penn gave him. He's always saying delusional shit like, I'm gonna defeat Russia. Well, 29 days until President Trump takes office. And the Bidens are already starting to pack up. They're going through their drawers, checking under beds, looking, they're looking under in closets, and that's just, gathering up Hunter Biden's Coke stash. I wrote this late last night. A lot of pundits, liberal pundits, are wondering how the Democrats can spend $1.2 billion and lose. They're wondering, how did the Democrats lose men? That's a tough one. Have you tried not trying to physically turn them into women? Just spitballing here. Democrats, looking back now, do you think it was a good idea to spend $1 billion to have every P. Diddy party suspect at your event? Now, you got to give credit where credit is due, though. Last week, Joe Biden achieved a major foreign policy breakthrough, and a literal al-Qaeda terrorist is the new president of Syria. Come on, man, I'm serious. Come on, man, I'm serious. Look, man, he's a bad dude. Why? Probably dementia. You know how senile people sometimes, they put their clothes in the oven, they do weird shit. Sometimes they install a literal al-Qaeda terrorist as president of Syria. We are the party of compassion, the Republicans. Nancy Pelosi fell down and broke her hip, and as much as I disagree about her politics, I feel horrible about her fall, because I had all my money on Mitch McConnell in the office broken hip pool. I did not get paid to be here, like I said, like Oprah got paid, because I got doged by Elon and Vivek. I'm just grateful that the American people saw through Oprah's lies, saying that you will never vote again if Trump wins. America didn't fall for Obama in his mama jeans, trying to shame black men into voting for Kamala just because they may have mommy problems or issues. I'm glad nobody listened to Kamala Harris, because she never really said what she stood for. Because at the end of the day, just like her party, she stood for nothing. The Democrats had no policy this year. Their only hope, besides calling Trump Hitler every chance they had, was that their hope was that Americans would hate Donald Trump more than they love their country, and they failed miserably, because Americans love their country. Americans love their country. It is a nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. And as we bid farewell to the third Obama administration, And as we witness the woke mind virus gasping its last diversity, equity, and inclusion breath, we welcome the gift the Democrats have bestowed onto us, that now the Republican Party is the party of the people. President Trump, who will be on the stage very shortly, has been handed a mandate by the American people to rid our government agencies that have been captured by the industries they're supposed to regulate, to end the war in Ukraine and the slaughter of all those people, to end the war in the Middle East, to make America energy independent once again. To make America healthy again. I'm grateful to President Trump for having Robert Kennedy as our next Health and Human Services Secretary. Because we need to make America healthy again. 70% of our American men no longer can qualify for the health standards to be in our Army. We need to get all of you need to get healthy again. Walk 10,000 steps a day. We need to get all of us healthy. We need to. Because if you love your country, you want to have your kids healthy again. We got to get to the bottom. We got to kick out the pharma stooges who have been in charge of our CDC. We need to somehow, we cannot have food that is not okay, that Europe won't have, that Canada won't have, but is okay to poison our own American people. That shit has to stop. This is a nation under God, and America has decided that Donald Trump will make America great again. Let's help get President Trump, all of his appointments in by the Senate. And let's, just like Americans stood up and said no to this bill, thanks to Elon Musk and Twitter, we need to get all his appointments in, including Tulsi Gabbard. Let's get them all in to make America great again. God bless you. God bless all of you for fighting and loving this country, and God bless America. Thank you so much. We'll see you now. You can do it, America. Thank you.
The stage, but we still have thousands that are trying to get in the room. So if you have any empty seats next to you, please slide to your left or right so we can get as many people in the room as possible. Thank you so much.
All right, so we're watching this live coverage with you. Bobby McNeely, along with myself, of course, Matthew Alvarez, here as we go to AmFest 2024. This is day 4, the final day. President Trump to take the stage, as you see there, in just about an hour and a half. Some great speeches off the top, and we have a number of other speeches still to get to, so we'll be going back out there to Phoenix. We know that Senator Ted Cruz, Tom Homan, Charlie Kirk, and then he will introduce President-elect Donald Trump. So it's going to be great to see these speeches. And Bobby, we have rally vibes going on today because it's kind of like the pre-program right now, and then President Trump will be speaking. So looking forward to it.
And I really enjoyed Rob Schneider's commentary. And again, it's what we talk about here on the show, how humor has so much truth in it, and with some of his one-liners and making those points on why the Democrats ended up losing so badly. And it's simple things like billions of dollars to Ukraine. Oh yeah, Kamala Harris being a border czar and failing at that amongst all of the different woke policies. I really thought it was funny and sobering considering that this even happens, but saying something to the degree of, I haven't seen a man hit a woman that hard since the Olympics. Yeah. And it's remarkable the culture war that we're engaged in.
I love the truth and comedy mix, you know, because it's one way to share truth is through comedy. So it's great to see, and we know President Trump does that from time to time. This live broadcast brought to you by a number of great sponsors, including Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898 for more information on gold, silver, and precious metals. And Bobby, as you see there, you know, there's a free info kit. That's not what's pictured. You also get the info kit plus that ultimate guide to gold for the Trump era. A great company there, Bobby.
Oh, one of the best. And Ron Paul, Steve Bannon, Dan Bongino, other Patriots endorsing Birch Gold Group because they don't pressure you. As you mentioned, Matthew, in the earlier segment in the last hour, you have that phone call, you have that conversation, but there's no, oh, can we call you tomorrow? There's not really that sales push and that pressure. You have time to really review your assets, see if this can be a good fit to diversify your income.
Exactly. Let's pivot now to angelpace.com. HQ is in Spring, Texas. They hire a lot of military vets as well, so it's great to see a patriotic company with a great product there. Angelpace.com. You can also get 10% off by using the RSBN promo code. So angelpaste.com. Let's go to patriotaddictdeals.com as well. A number of great products on there, including what you're about to see here in a second, the Trump Bullet Glass right there on the right side of your screen. You can get 20% off by using the RSBN 20 promo code, and I believe Bobby has visited the site a few times. Purchase some great products on there as well, right?
One too many, so I highly recommend it, especially for those last-minute stocking stuffers and getting these wonderful gifts to your favorite MAGA family members. And think about this, too. I mean, this might be an opportunity for you to talk about these great policies that are upcoming in the next year with certain gifts like this. The Trump Bullet Glass, just put that down there with a lovely beverage right at the Christmas dinner table, and maybe I'll start a conversation.
Sounds like eggnog to me. All right, let's move on to Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA, you see that number 800-357-1415. When you're dealing with anything with taxes, if you're looking for just some general questions to be answered, or if you missed any taxes, back taxes from any year, 2017, whatever year, if you have any questions, just contact Tax Network USA, another great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're just past the top of the hour. We'll be going back to Phoenix in just a minute, but let's go first to freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee, once again, we've been talking about him being the U.S. ambassador to Israel, but also has a show and has a few books there that you can get at freetrumpbook.com. Let's go to MakeCareGreatAgain as well.com. The wellness company, Bobby. Great
Absolutely.
Company.
They're fantastic. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Of course, code RSBN 15% off, saving $45. If you have a bacterial infection, viral infection, it's flu season, such a great kit to have to make sure you remain healthy and your loved ones remain healthy as well. Whether it's keeping it in the pantry or traveling with it, it's nice, a very nice lightweight kit. With all that you need with the ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, nebulizers, great medications to protect you and your family.
All right, let's go to preborn.com. Preborn.com, a great pro-life organization there. If you go to /RSBN as well, you can donate. It's just $28 for sponsoring an ultrasound for a woman who's kind of deciding, do I give birth? What do I do? And when they see that ultrasound, of course, they're twice as likely to choose life. So this is an awesome company here. They're also sponsoring AmFest as well. So preborn.com/RSBN. And let's shift over over to Americava Coffee. If you're fed up with the same old when it comes to coffee, how about have a group of people that love patriotism, love our country, and put out a good product as well, Bobby, from Hawaii, and then the roaster out there in the free state of Florida as well.
Two of the most beautiful places in our great country, and it's a MAGA Christmas. It definitely is, and what a great way to get a nice gift for the coffee lovers and the MAGA lovers in your household. And as I mentioned before, we can put our money to places that are not woke. There's so much out there now with so many different products, and why not support those companies that share our values?
Exactly. All right, so it's 11:04 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, I'm Matthew Alvarez with Bobby McNeely. Here we are, getting ready to go to Phoenix for Day 4 of AmFest 2024. Again, if you've missed any of the past 3 days of live coverage from Phoenix, you can just go and replay it on Rumble, on YouTube, on our website. But a lot of great speakers. And again, the TPUSA connection that you have as you used to work for them, and also at Truth Social, two great conservative companies, and conservative outlets in a way. It's been pretty awesome, hasn't it?
No, I have to pinch myself because the opportunities that God has provided has been remarkable, and it's been just the pleasure of a lifetime to be involved with those organizations, and now with Right Side Broadcasting to cover so much goodness and so much truth that's gone unseen in certain media outlets and in certain spheres in American life. And that's what all these organizations really strive to do, getting the real news and real policy issues out there for the American people, albeit, 18 to 24-year-olds or, 59 plus. It's all about saving this country and preserving it for the next generation.
Exactly. So the media ecosystem changing for the good to the right side of history. Again, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, 11 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, and looking forward to going out there to Arizona to hear from President Trump. But prior to that, the border czar, Tom Homan, will be taking the stage. This is great. I am really looking forward to this, not only because, we work at Right Side or it's AmFest, but just as a citizen of this country, I believe there will be news that will be made today. Just the fact that Tom is up there speaking, of course, President Trump when he speaks as well, but the border czar, this is such a very important thing for our country moving forward.
And he's the right gentleman for the role because he has dedicated his life to law enforcement, specifically ICE and Homeland Security. And he's worked for 6 prior presidents. He will again work for President Donald Trump. So Republicans and Democrats have sought Tom Homan's expertise, and we will soon see these border policies enacted once again, and also something that's reserved for the executive privilege and the executive authority of the office of the president. President Trump will go in day 1 and sign executive orders to not only complete the border wall, but perhaps put the military on there, take Mr. Homan's recommendations, and enact them immediately right after he's sworn in. And I believe you'll see Operation Aurora enacted minutes after he's sworn in as the 47th president.
There are so many things that will be done that will be great for our country as soon as that happens. As Rob Schneider said, 29 days away from Inauguration Day. I believe I think it's 10 days now from the New Year's, so we're 10 days out from saying goodbye to 2024. Right. Haven't really thought of it. You know how it gets close. You think about the past year and that kind of thing because we've been so in it, right?
Right.
It's been hard to kind of take that 30,000-foot view because of the seriousness of the election, the seriousness of where our country is. But you can breathe a sigh of relief that President Trump will be back in office, but still, many are cautiously optimistic approaching our great golden age.
Right, and then you also have a situation where the Congress is sworn in on January 3rd, so just a few days away regarding that, where both houses will be Republican majority. So you'll have 17 days prior to President Trump being sworn in, the 119th Congress. And this last Congress did not pass as much as others, and I think that was rather a success in the long run. Sometimes when they don't do what they normally do, it can actually be a blessing for the country, although clearly spending is out of control. But we see that even the Trump effect with him outside of office ready to come back in, again, that new spending bill at least was not as bloated and out of control to keep the government open as the initial one was from Chuck Schumer's office. So perhaps the soon-to-be Senate Minority Leader and the Democrat leader losing some influence on the out-of-control spending with the bills that you saw coming out of the Senate.
You know, I just thought about the pages of the spending bill. If you guys remember, the first bill, that massive, wild spending bill that did not pass, was more than 1,000 pages, right? The second bill that came out was more of the Trump-backed, Elon-backed type of plan, and it was 116 pages versus more than 1,000 pages. And when you guys may have seen that image on a desk in D.C., it showed the bills, right? And it was really tall, and it had the smaller one. And isn't that an analogy for what we the people don't want? We don't want big government. We don't want all of this. We want that much, you know, because it's the basics of what government is supposed to do, not all of the extra stuff out there. So it's all about America first. And I think that other bill would have been great if it passed. And then the Uniparty decided, oh, we don't want that one. So they finally passed the third one, which funds the government until March 3rd. So we'll see what happens. You know, we're going to be monitoring it here at Right Side.
Oh, absolutely. And we'll make sure that, you know, there's other politicians out there that might be spending regardless of the letter next to their name. We've seen this issue now with President Trump and Congressman Chip Roy had a respectful but really forward dialogue, and President Trump calling for someone to run against him and primary him. And if that's the case, if these people are running on the MAGA agenda but then do not do as they say they would do, they go against their promises, and that mandate will end up turning into an electoral challenge, as it should.
Exactly. And speaking of the electoral, let's go to college. It was quite awesome. You know, Bobby, of course, was with me and Christina Loren here as well on November 5th. And to be able to call a number of states, especially all of the swing states, for President Trump that night, you know, I know it's, you know, that happened already and we're moving on. But the fact is, it's still a wonderful time, you know.
Right.
The 24/7 news cycle, it happens so fast that sometimes we don't just sit back and, as they say, smell the freaking roses. Just enjoy what happened there, right, Bobby?
Right, absolutely. And it has been nice to really reflect on that these last, you know, several weeks here, and really to see the difference between the Biden administration and the incoming Trump administration. And regardless of the party that's taking over, you've had this somewhat of a history in the modern presidency of people trying to make it a smooth transition for the next person, the successor. That has not been the case here, although there have been handshakes in a nice Oval Office meeting. Of course, would have been a very interesting meeting to sit in on for 2 hours between President Trump and President Biden, but clearly two men on very different sides of history, and all this spending, it really should not be done right at the end, regardless if it's being allocated or not. And that's, I think, where Congress needs to realize where its actual power is. It's the power of the purse, and to stop that while in the lame duck session.
All right, so we are looking at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, getting ready to go to the final day of AmFest 2024. Let's go over some numbers, very basic numbers. Let's go with it. Ready? 3 days from Christmas. Duh, we know that's happening. We're so glad that's happening. At the end of the show, we didn't plan this, but there was a gift that I gave to Bobby. He hasn't opened it yet, so we'll show you what's in there a little bit later. It's a small gift. It's kind of cool. All right, so the start of Hanukkah is also on December 25th. We're only 10 days from the new year and 29 days from Inauguration Day. Let's go over some of the inauguration details here as the Trump Fans Inaugural Committee working hard for several weeks now, all the way through until January 20th to provide an awesome day of coverage for us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's going to be quite awesome to see all of that go down. You know, the great speech by President Trump, but prior to that, him swearing in the oath of office. What's that going to be like for you, Bobby, to see something like that happen?
Well, it's a beautiful transition of power that has been an unbroken chain since the beginning of our nation, starting with George Washington. And the beautiful 248 years of this country and what it has been. And when they swear that oath, and there's an adage to it that comes with tradition, and it was George Washington who added the "So help me God," and that's been a tradition of each commander-in-chief dating all the way back to him when they swear that oath and allegiance to the Constitution and to defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And some have done much better than others at that. President Trump being the premier commander-in-chief in our modern times, and really because he has operated with the mentality of peace through strength, not creating new wars, not creating conflicts that, what these people say on the world stage can be misconstrued. He is truly a great communicator and a great negotiator, a deal maker who wants world peace and will work hard to get that done at the end of the day. Many people criticized him with Kim Jong-un, the great rocket man of North Korea, but they started chastising one another, and that negotiation, those letters, brought them to that moment on the 38th parallel, the first American president to cross over into this country that really is not known and still is suffering the darkness of communism. But at least that dialogue, that relationship is there, so horrible things don't happen in the region and throughout the world.
Exactly. I mean, that's that peace through strength that we're looking for that will continue on with President Trump. If you're just joining us now, again, this is day 4 of AmFest 2024 coverage. This is the final day, as you see, President Trump to speak, to be the keynote there at 12:30. A few speakers to get to yet, so we'll be going out there live. Let's go over what Inauguration Day will look like, of course, on January 20th, 29 days from today. The swearing-in ceremony and speech outside the U.S. Capitol will happen at high noon, of course. At that point, the President-elect and Vice President-elect will take the oath of office at the U.S. Capitol. From there, it's on to the President's room for a signing ceremony. After that, the inaugural luncheon at Statutory Hall. Then the review of the troops with the presidential parade and reception, and then there will be the inaugural balls that happen, of course, when President Trump and the First Lady are there. And that'll be great to see them do that slow dance once again.
Right, that will be really wonderful. They are America's couple, and Melania really so elegant and beautiful and such a compliment to President Trump and his leadership. And I really appreciated that she had the boldness and braveness to come out not only with her memoir and her take on a variety of issues, but really how things felt post the assassination attempt. I think people forget, because of modern media, that human beings are on the other side, that families are involved, and the Trump family being so strong with the ridicule that's come after them and the downright lies over the years, targeting many members of the family, including young Barron in college right now. And they've shown such grace and wherewithal and determination and fortitude that is very fitting as the first family of this great country.
I think the only way President Trump has been able to do what he has done is through two ways. God, the strength of God, right, leaning
Absolutely.
on him, and also the tough, gritty, courageous spirit that he is. You know, when you combine those two, the creator of everything out of nothing, God, right? He created everything out of nothing, which is pretty awesome to think about. And then you have someone that is a straight up alpha male. You know, that's a combination that shows great grit and strength and leadership, and that's why you can have that peace through strength.
Right.
It's not peace through weakness, it's peace through strength. And to your point, you know, these other world leaders, they respect the guy.
They do. I think Notre Dame's a great example of that. And I was just one that was, you know, somewhat worried, considering there are people that hate him and his leadership because it means a different way of things. It means America first. It means a bureaucracy and a bloated deep state that will be really picked and prodded and torn apart. And it needs to be, because it's not healthy for the country. But when you saw that at Notre Dame Cathedral, such a symbol of Western civilization, all the world leaders had their eyes towards him.
Even Jill Biden.
Even Jill Biden. They seemed to have a nice conversation. President Trump said he really enjoyed his time there, which was very different from how the First Lady addressed Doug and Kamala during Veterans Day, which is sad to see those moments happening, but you know, it's American politics. It is a dog-eat-dog. You're going right into the ring as President Trump walks into those UFC fights with Dana White. It's very similar.
Making me think of Rocky IV right now, Eye of the Tiger. But All right, so if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, it's your finances that can help us do what we do here and bring you live coverage. All you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. Our camera crew, that vantage point that you saw there from Phoenix, is an RSBN photographer that's been with us for a number of years. Been out there for 4 days straight. But when it comes to all of what you see and hear, it does cost a few bucks. So since we do provide a free program here, if you have a few extra bucks, great. I know it's super tight right now because of Bidenomics as well. But at the end of the day, if you do have a few extra bucks, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. So we appreciate it. We also thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, as it is 11:18 a.m. As you can see there as well, you can get America First updates and exclusive offers at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And Bobby, when you look on social media and you see X and you see Truth Social, Right Side Broadcasting Network, north of 1 million on both. Pretty awesome.
Right. Thank you to our viewers out there, breaking many records over the campaign season, as well as we had millions and millions of viewers tuning in. And that's what we did that's so different from any other outlet, is we gave you unbridled access to the before, the during, and after of each rally, each speaker in its entirety, the songs, the music, the pledge, the national anthem, and the prayers. And I thought that was really what was so beautiful about each and every rally. A local pastor, a local faith leader in the swing states for the most part, getting out there and really having heartfelt prayer. And you felt the movement of the Holy Spirit throughout this campaign. And I think it's something that, really touched the heart of President Trump and all of the campaign. And just such a great campaign. I've never seen anything like it on a national scale, of the response team and the crisis communications, how well that they managed all of that. I just think back to Green Bay, Wisconsin, the great Brett Favre, the legend for the Green Bay Packers, out there to endorse President Trump, and he said, this isn't for me, this is for my grandkids. I want them to have that American dream that I had. And then, of course, this is after the garbage comments that President Biden made about MAGA supporters, and President Trump getting into that garbage truck and wearing that vest and making his point in a somewhat comedic way, but also in a serious way about the man and woman of this nation, what each individual can do and the dignity that they have, regardless of their vocation, regardless of their line of work that they choose. They have a sphere of influence and can make a difference, a precinct at a time, a community at a time, and that's what this whole MAGA campaign was truly about.
Exactly, and it is indirectly winning the hearts and minds of people. I mean, at the end of the day, truth resonates with people. Common sense resonates. It's kind of simple. It's, hey, the crime is up, so we need law and order, or the taxes are so high, or the cost of everything is so high. So President Trump works to lower both crime and taxes and the cost of everything. It's the common sense principles, and that's why he's been called and is the common sense president. He was that since day one, and he continues through this golden age that we're about to see here in America. I know that, again, cautiously optimistic for myself and others out there, because we know that what the Uniparty and others are capable of, but still, with God, all things are possible. And then we know that President Trump stands with the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, the freedom of our nation. So believing for great things to happen. Again, as we are just 3 days from celebrating Christmas here in America, Hanukkah also starting on December 25th, and the New Year, 10 days away, 29 days from Inauguration Day. Let's keep going with the numbers. 12:30 Eastern, President Trump will be taking the stage. Bobby, your thoughts about, both of you and myself, we've seen President Trump in person a lot at these various rallies, and grateful for that opportunity. So have other hosts, of course, here at Right Side. But seeing him here right now after this election, as we go into this Christmas break and the holiday break, into the new year, is this going to be it seems like there's a lull right now in what's going on out there.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's like this peaceful moment. What do you think is going to happen when it comes to the new year?
Right. I think, well, you're going to have a deep state monster that is not going to go peacefully and quietly. So there are situations where it's going to be a grind day in and day out, week after week. I think President Trump has a much broader appeal, a much larger tent than even, say, 8 or so years ago when this all began. So because we really know what he is planning to do and planning to implement on a number of domestic policies. Now, remember, he was asked at Mar-a-Lago recently, that first press conference, are you going to preemptively strike Iran? And he really was very calm and patient with the reporter, just saying, I don't want to embarrass you here, but I'm never going to answer a question like that because there's too much of, you can't black and white that question and answer session because you're talking about something so catastrophic, so serious, and you don't want to give the enemy or a potential enemy any heads up in that regard. But we do know about the security apparatus that he plans to invoke immediately from a domestic standpoint, especially at the border, and cleaning that up. We know that drones and balloons won't be just flying over the United States. It will be monitored and taken care of because this is someone that takes that role of commander in chief extremely seriously.
And exactly, and the fake news, asking that question to President Trump at that press conference the other day, it was great to see President Trump back in that role of handling the press like he knows how. He did that since day one, coining the fake news phrase, calling one of the correspondents at CNN at the White House in the East Room, saying that you work for fake news, that's fake news. He's just called it out. He's not afraid to do that, of course. I don't think he's afraid of pretty much anything.
Right.
So it's great to have a commander-in-chief that is strong and a great leader. Now, on top of that, we know that this is the reformation of America. We know that there are a lot of great core promises that we're about to see. But here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we would monitor, and we will monitor all of those new developments happening.
Right.
Because that is a promise to the people. And I know President Trump and the cabinet are going to work toward all of them. It's just going to be the hopeful that the Uniparty or others will not come against that. But, we'll see what happens. And we're hoping for great things. I think we will have great things in America.
Well, it's important to watch now and cover it, and I know this entire conference has been about really enacting the mandate and not just simply winning an election, but making sure good policy is passed and adhered to, and also simply being enforced. On many occasions, especially when it comes to the border issues, we simply had an administration that did not protect and enforce the laws on the books. And I think that was such a frustration, especially for Governor Greg Abbott in Texas and for Texas law enforcement, was simply that the federal government oversees the border crisis and all of those issues. And they were actively trying to hinder every opportunity that the state of Texas simply put into place to protect itself. I think of the buoys and some of the barbed wire that had to be removed, and constantly taking the state to the court, and then vice versa with countersuits coming from the Attorney General's office in Texas. Thank you for great state leadership in the Lone Star State to try to curb the momentum that was coming. But again, the Trump effect. Several caravans having stopped in Mexico because it was made very clear, if Mexico continues to tolerate this, then tariffs are coming.
Exactly. So that Trump effect definitely trickling throughout the entire country.
Right.
Not only that, around the world in various places. So looking forward to seeing a lot of great things happen here in the United States. Let's go to mypillow.com as well. A great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. More than 2,000 products on mypillow.com. And all of them are really good. At the end of the day, I've got, I think, 6 or 7. My wife has 5 or 6 as well. So you have some products too, yeah?
They make a difference, especially the MyPillow. Of course, standards and queens and kings, all sizes for you. The multi-use pillows as well. Mr. Mike Lindell always with some great deals. And also he has some great coffee too. So he's really just trying to make your morning start off the right way, and the right way to do that is perhaps a little morning prayer, breaking open that Bible, but also a good night's sleep. And, I thought about this too. I read a book, I believe it was by the great Matthew Kelly, which in his own right, a wonderful theologian and Christian author, actually talking about sleep is an act of prayer. And I don't think we think about that, especially in our go, go, go culture, that it's important to get a great night's sleep. And we know Mr. Mike Lindell, the way he has been so greatly blessed in his Christian journey, and a great company to support. And he's been someone out there fighting for the truth and election integrity. Also excited to see what his future might hold, potentially in electoral politics.
It's just wild to see someone go from rock bottom to where he is today, and that's to the grace of God for that, and his grit to never give up. And one more thing about MyPillow: if you use the RSBN promo code, you get free shipping.
Right.
President Trump will be speaking soon. I have the president on my mind right now, but you can still get free shipping as well. So let's go to Birch Gold Group as well. Text Trump to 989898. You'll get a free info kit on gold, silver, precious metals. On top of that, that is a free gold book as well that you see. So 2 free items through texting Trump to 989898. A great company. We'll talk a little bit more about Birch Gold in a bit, but let's go to preborn.com/RSBN, a great ministry there, pro-life. If you'd like to sponsor an ultrasound, you can do that for $28. There's a grant that will match that, so it'll be $28 and then another $28 for 2 ultrasounds for the price of 1. This is great for those women that are on the fence trying to figure out what to do. As they see an ultrasound, they're twice as likely, Bobby, to choose life.
That's fantastic, and it's really not only a religious argument that's been placed forward, but it's really simply a scientific argument. And now with the advancement in technology, people are able to see their child and see that it is life. And what a great gift you can give this Christmas season of protecting and caring for your neighbor in such a unique way when something unplanned might have taken place. Preborn.com/RSBN. And it's really, that's, I think, a big part of the MAGA movement, being the voice of the voiceless in many different ways, and this is a wonderful way to do that.
Exactly. Let's go now to angelpace.com. We're going through our sponsors here, as it's the sponsors that are bringing us this live coverage today and bringing it to you. So grateful for them, but also great products as well. So angelpace.com, you see that product right there on the left side of your screen. The headquarters based in Spring, Texas. They hire military veterans. And this is a product that is getting a lot of great reviews as well. So angelpaste.com. Let's shift over now to another .com, patriotaddictdeals.com. Bobby, take it away.
This is one of the greatest websites in the history of time, and it's a wonderful company because you can get your Trump bullet glass and claim it for 20% off. You just use that code RSBN20. That's RSBN20. These are limited edition. They will go, and I have got many products from there in the past, and they do disappear. So patriotaddictdeals.com, a great last-minute stocking stuffer for the MAGA fan in your family.
Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415 is the number you see there on your screen. If you've missed any back taxes and you need some extra assistance when it comes to getting those questions answered, go to Tax Network USA. You see tnusa.com/RSBN. All right, one more .com here for you, freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee and the crew writing great books there. That is the Kid's Guide to President Trump. There's American Greatness and other topics as well. So thanking freetrumpbook.com for being an awesome sponsor. And I said that was the last .com. Let's go one more. MakeCareGreatAgain.com, the wellness company, Bobby.
We love that. You can have ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, nebulizers, and so many other great antibacterial and antiviral medicines coming from Dr. Peter McCullough and the team at MakeCareGreatAgain.com, the wellness company, an outstanding group. We know the truth of what happened during COVID, and they were on the forefront. They were right, and this is a way to protect yourself during flu and cold season.
All right, let's go over to a great coffee company, Americava Coffee. You see the information right there on the screen. You see that QR code. It's a MAGA Christmas, as they say right there. So we're looking at the tropical islands of Hawaii, and they're also roasted in small batches in the free state of Florida. So just like our 45th and soon to be 47th president, the Trump Gold Blend is luxurious, rich, bold, and strong. You can see at Americava Coffee that you can get 10% off there when you go to the website. So some great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for live streaming in. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely as we are getting ready to go right there to Phoenix, Arizona for AmFest 2024. This is day 4. If you missed any of the other days of our live coverage, you can replay it on Rumble, YouTube, and our website, as well. As you can see our camera crew right there panning just left of the crowd and of the stage, and we're looking forward to going out there live.
Well, a packed house and everyone getting their seats relatively early because Secret Service has to usher everyone in. Part of the protocol, if you were at one of the rallies, very similar to what you would have seen there, and this is just a little bit different with more 18 to 24-year-olds, or this geared towards students, but of course many adult activists as well. And this has been something really Charlie Kirk and so many other great leaders in the movement have changed for the right side of politics. I don't even want to really say it's Republican per se. It just happens to fall under this umbrella and this tent of Make America Great Again. You have people like Charlie and Scott Pressler in Pennsylvania doing amazing things for voter registration, for getting people out to poll watch. You have Trump Force 47 that was so wonderful with Michael Whatley and co-chair Laura Trump, who really changed the dynamics of traditional campaigns, and they got rid of the consultant class and they got to work, and we've seen the fruits of their labor.
Exactly. So the America First Patriots are there. You can see as we pan the crowd at this event, the AmFest 2024 event, day 4. That's the Phoenix Convention Center. You can see it is jam-packed with great people there in Arizona as they get ready to hear from President-elect Donald Trump there. We've got the rally vibes once again in Arizona. So if you've missed the rallies, let's have some fun today. We're going to hear the God Bless USA Lee Greenwood song. I'm just going to call it. I don't know. I did not get a confirmation on that, but I believe we'll be hearing that song. And, of course, a great speech by President Trump. And, Bobby, if he does the Trump dance at the end, would you join me? We'll have to do that.
I'd be honored to do so. It's been fun to watch that go viral throughout the internet and to see the parties with people enjoying themselves. And that's what there's so much fun behind the movement in general, that it does transcend politics. It's a cultural shift. And as Eric Trump put it just a few short weeks ago before the election, this really is not a political movement. It's ultimately about the future of a civilization, the future of Western civilization and the United States of America. And look at all of those MAGA hats, some red, white, and blue in the crowd. And I'm just looking to see if I see any of my former colleagues and or friends that I know in the movement. So it's always a special time. And I have a little FOMO. I love being here with you. There's no question. But this is truly the best conference out there. If you have not been to one, really put it in December 19th to the 22nd, 2025, and get yourself out to Phoenix, Arizona. AmFest. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, AmFest is wonderful.
Oh, look, we have great patriots there, too.
I see the guy with the colonial gear. And, went there in 2022, and you're right. I mean, everything about it. The vibes are good. Everybody's happy. It's just a great time. So wonderful to bring you this live coverage on this Sunday, December 22nd, as we are 3 days away from Christmas, the start of Hanukkah on December 25th. And we're just happy that you're with us because we are still, celebrating the great victory on November 5th. But we know that the rubber is about to meet the road in the sense of we got to get a lot of work done.
Absolutely, especially those first 100 days of an administration, really hitting the ground, hitting the pavement. And it will be wonderful to see President Trump speaking from that podium with the seal of the President of the United States of America. Once again, the constitutional authority afforded to him in the executive office of the president. And we know right off the bat it will be securing the border. It will be pardoning J6 people who were peacefully and patriotically making their voices heard and have not stood trial, sadly. So that will many rights or many wrongs will be righted in the first few days of this administration, no question.
All right, let's go to Phoenix, Arizona right now.
To defend the Constitution and to protect the American people. You are the answer. You are the solution. last turning point. We are looking at America. We are gathered here at truly a momentous time. If you were young and passionate, and it was 1776, you would have been part of transforming and creating the United States of America. If you were young and passionate and the year was 1980 and the Reagan Revolution was happening, you would have been part of transforming the United States of America. And today, in 2024, you are young and passionate, and every one of you is integral to transforming the United States of America. The Washington swamp is terrified of you. Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris are terrified of you. Joe Biden, well, no, he's actually not terrified. He doesn't know where he is. But he is wondering what time the People's Court is on TV. If you look at what happened in November, the results of the election were clear and unequivocal. 7 battleground states across America. We won all 7. And I've got to say, Donald J. Trump is truly an extraordinary leader. Has there ever been anyone in American history who, after being shot in the head, stands up and responds, "Fight, fight, fight"? The American people have given us the White House. They've given us the House. They've given us the Senate. Now, it's time for us to deliver. We have work to do to deliver on our promises, so a year from now, 2 years from now, 4 years from now, the American people can say they did exactly what they said they would do. Number one, starting on January 20th, we will secure the border. Catch and release ends on January 20th. If you are an illegal alien, if you're a murderer, if you're a rapist, if you're a child molester, if you're a Venezuelan gang member, pack your bags because you're getting the hell out. And I'm here to tell you that's not going to take a year. It's not going to take 6 months. We are going to see the numbers of illegal immigration plummet, and they are going to plummet in January and February of this year. Number two, we are going to unleash American energy. America is the world's energy superpower, the number one producer of oil in the world, the number one producer of natural gas in the world, and America will be energy dominant. If you're fed up with high prices at the gas pump, high prices at the grocery store, high prices when you pay your bills, energy feeds into every one of them. The American people in this election said enough is enough is enough, and we are going to lower energy costs and make life more affordable for everyone. Number 3, we are going to unleash small business. The regulators descending from Washington, we are going to repeal the rules they're using to kill small businesses. And I'll tell you what, we are also going to unleash crypto. I'm proud to stand with crypto. I'm proud to stand with Bitcoin. And I am the only member of the United States Senate who is, in fact, a Bitcoin miner. I've got 3 miners hashing in West Texas right now, and it is beautiful. And let me say to all of crypto and all of Bitcoin, come to Texas. Texas is the oasis for Bitcoin. Number 4, we will restore integrity to the Department of Justice and the FBI. If you are a wild-eyed partisan who has abused your power and targeted your political enemies at DOJ or the FBI, well, pack your bags because your job is done. And that means, number 5, we will enforce the law, especially against universities across this country. The anti-Semitic protests we've seen at universities will end next year. If you violently protest, if you threaten your fellow students, you will be arrested, you will be expelled, and if you're a foreigner, you will be deported. And we're going to see the Department of Justice and the FBI follow the money, go after the money, cut off the money. We're going to see universities that tolerate anti-Semitism having their federal funds cut off. And when your fellow students look around and say, hey, why didn't this happen before? Why did everyone look the other way at the violence and the threats and the hatred and the bigotry? You're going to be in a position to tell them. And we will end the wars with victory. The war in Ukraine will end this next year, and Vladimir Putin will lose. And the war in Israel will come to an end, and Hamas will lose. Hezbollah will lose. Iran will lose. Every one of you stand up and speak, and I want to encourage you, inform your friends. I want to ask you, pull out your cell phone. Pull out your cell phone and send the word, text the word verdict to the number 24005. That number again, 24005. Text the word verdict. You will get back a link to subscribe to my podcast that is designed to help inform you you are the ones who won this election. You are the ones who are persuading your colleagues. You are the ones who are informed and educated and engaged. And just as if we were in 1980, just as if we were in 1776, I stand here today amazed and inspired to be in the company of patriots who love America, who together we are making America great again. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Incoming Trump border czar Tom Homan is here.
There is nobody better at policing and controlling our borders.
When the president asked you to out of the gate, we're concentrating on public safety threats and national security threats. Look, I love my country. The calling is clear. I got to go back and help because every morning I'm pissed off about what this administration did to the most secure border in my lifetime. I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country. You better start packing now. I'm going to do this job. People say they're going to stop what you know they're doing. They will not. How you doing? So look, if I offend anybody today, I don't care. Some of the media says I'm offensive. I'm okay with that. If I get to live in their minds rent-free, that's kind of cool. Hey, look, for the last 3.5 years, I wake up every morning pissed off about what this administration did. This is the most secure border in my lifetime. I've worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. And every president I worked for took steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have strong national security if you don't have border security. We didn't know who's coming in, what's coming in, where it's coming in. No one was better than President Trump. He was one badass president who secured the border at unprecedented levels. Illegal immigration at a 45-year low. Illegal immigration down 83 to 90%. Extraordinary work. Joe Biden is the first president in history of this nation who came into office and unsecured a border on purpose. Not by mismanagement, not by incompetence. They unsecured a border by design. The first day I smiled when President Trump won this election. I woke up the next morning, I was happy. I smiled for the first time in a long time. Then I got angry again. Because even though they lost the election, they're still moving thousands of illegal aliens in this country every day. CBP One app still running. They're selling pieces of the border wall, for God's sakes, that you, the American taxpayers, paid for at a hefty price, and now we got to buy it again. There is no smooth transition. They're going to destroy this country up to the last day they're in the Oval Office. But I got news for them. January 20th, the greatest president in my lifetime is going to walk into the Oval Office and take this country back. President Trump called me a few Fridays ago and says, okay, you've been bitching about the border for 4 years. You want to come fix it? I said, absolutely. I'm back. I got to learn how to retire. This is the second time I got to retire to come back for this president. But I love this president because he loves this country. I love this president because he wants to secure the border. I love this president because securing the border saves lives. What Joe Biden did by unsecuring the border is this. Sex trafficking, up over 600%. Known as suspected terrorists, people on the terrorist watch list, well over 300 apprehended. President Trump, in 4 years, we had 13. We ended catch-release. Joe Biden's released at least 8 million illegal aliens in this country in violation of federal law. And I said it before, for the millions of illegal aliens that have been released in this country in violation of federal law, you're going home, and Tom Homan's going to make sure that happens. Think about this for a moment, what they did. They created the biggest national security vulnerability this nation's ever seen. I already said they arrested over 300 people on the terrorist watch list. Well, there's over 2 million known gotaways. Why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Why didn't they pay less to be turned over to the Border Patrol, be released within 24 hours, get a free airline ticket to the city of their choice, get a free hotel room at $500 a night, get 3 square meals a day, get free medical attention, and get work authorization within 120 days. Why did they pay more not to take advantage of this free giveaway program? Because they didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. These are your gang members. These are the ones carrying fentanyl across the border, and these are people from terrorist-related countries. After 9/11, we created all these databases. You got the FBI screening database, you got the DOD intel database, you got the visa security program, which stopped thousands of people from getting a visa to come to the United States like the terrorists of 9/11 did. So we vet them now, and we vet through the process. You don't get a visa if we find derogatory information in your background. But what terrorist today is going to put himself in a position to ask for a visa or ask for an airline ticket when he can simply go to Mexico and be a part of that 2 million getaway? I don't know how many terrorists cross this border under Joe Biden, but someday we're going to find out, and it's going to be a bad day for America. When that happens, we're going to have one badass president in the White House, and that's Donald Trump, who's going to make sure we respond appropriately. People always ask me why I take this so seriously, and people say, Tom Homan's a racist, Tom Homan's a national. Say whatever you want. I don't give a shit. Why do I care? I care because I stood in the back of a tractor trailer with 19 dead aliens that suffocated and baked to death, including a 5-year-old little boy that died in his father's arms. Throughout my career, I've seen tragedies, held dying children. I've seen dead aliens on the trail. I've talked to little girls as young as 9 years old that were raped multiple times by criminal cartels. They're animals. When you look into a little girl's eyes, 9 years old, and who had adults take everything innocent and pure from her, you look in those eyes, and those eyes have no life in them. Her life would never be the same. That's what pisses me off, because President Trump had us locked down. He had it locked down. And this administration came in and unlocked it. People die on the border every day. Women are sex trafficked in this country every day. That's why I'm pissed off. And that's why the best day of my life was President Trump getting reelected to save lives. A secure border saves lives. It isn't rocket science. I get fired up all over again. You Trump, Trump, Trump. That's right. President Trump's going to make this country safe again. President Trump's going to make our border great again. President Trump's going to decrease illegal migrant crime at unprecedented rates, because out of the gate, day one, we're going to focus on public safety threats and national security threats. They're first. They're coming first. And Tren de Agua, your days are numbered. My gang's bigger than your gang. And we're going to take you out of the country. We're going to port you out of here. Who do you think you are, coming to the greatest nation on earth and victimizing Americans in this country? Your days are numbered. You're number one on the list. MS-13, you're right behind them. To the sanctuary cities who want to attack me every day so you can put roadblocks up, you're not going to assist us. Shame on you. Shame on any elected representative, any congressman, council person, any mayor, any governor who don't want to remove public safety threats from your community, and they're here illegally. That is your number one responsibility, is protect your communities. So if you're not going to do it, President Trump and ICE will. The mayor of Chicago, not a real bright guy, says Tom Homan isn't welcome in Chicago. Well, guess where Tom Homan's going to be day one? Chicago, Illinois. You don't want me there? Come get me. The people of Chicago have spoken. I went there a few weeks ago. The black community's upset. The whole community is upset because violent crime is up and millions of dollars in public services are being given to people who are not supposed to be here. Meanwhile, the tax-paying community that is in a bad way because the Biden administration's economic plans, they're getting robbed every day by giving millions of dollars to people that aren't supposed to be here. That's not the way it's supposed to be, folks. It's not okay to be in this country illegally. It's not okay to enter this country illegally. It's a crime to enter this country illegally. Now, and let me continue to educate sanctuary cities. You want to not help? Fine. Shame on you. If you don't want to protect your communities, shame on you. But we're going to do it for you. You're not going to stop me. We're coming. So put up all the roadblocks you want, because we'll knock them down. And don't cross that line. People say Homan threatened to prosecute everybody in the world. I'm not threatening to prosecute anybody. What I'm saying is there's a line. You don't want to help, that's fine. But there's two statutes you need to be familiar with. One's 8 U.S.C. 1324 III. If you knowingly impede, if you knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from ICE, that is a felony, and there will be consequences. Now let me make it clear. The governor says I don't have the authority to do that. Well, no shit. I'm not a U.S. attorney, but U.S. attorney certainly does, and we'll ask for prosecution. We will not let you prevent us from saving the American communities from illegal alien crime. It's not going to happen. We're going, we're coming. So even though I say we're going to prioritize criminal threats and national security threats out of the gate, that's a fact. However, when sanctuary cities won't let us into the jail to arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of that county jail, which means they're going to release that criminal back into the immigrant community, which puts the immigrant community at risk of crime. It puts our officers at great risk. Rather than arresting a guy in the safety and security of a county jail where you don't have weapons, now we got to go to the community, find him. We have access to who knows what weapons. You're putting the community at risk. You're putting officers at risk. You're putting the alien at risk. And I'm going to give you exactly what you don't want. You don't want us to listen in jail? All right, so I'll send a whole bunch of agents into your community, and we'll find the bad guy. And when we find the bad guy, he's probably going to be with others that aren't a priority apprehension, but guess what? They're getting arrested too. So you're going to get exactly what you don't want, more arrests in your communities. I don't want to do that. I'd much rather be safe for the agents to arrest a guy in the county jail, but they don't let us in? Fine. You're not going to stop us. We'll go to the community and we will find him. You're not going to stop us. Put all the roadblocks you want. It's not going to work. We're going to do this because the American people demand it. You gave President Trump a mandate, and we're going to make sure that mandate's held up. President Trump's backstage. President Trump's backstage. And let me say, I want to say one thing in closing. And I said it at the RNC and I meant it. The criminal cartels in Mexico have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. Over 250,000 young Americans have died from fentanyl poisonings. President Trump's going to hold China accountable for creating the precursors he's selling to the cartels. President Trump's going to hold Mexico accountable for not doing anything about these criminal cartels. President Trump's going to designate them terrorist organizations. And we're going to wipe them off the face of the earth. Criminal cartels keep making, I got numerous death threats. Criminal cartels, you make death threats against me, bring it. Because the greatest country on the face of this earth is going to put you out of business and put you in prison. If Mexico don't do it, the United States will. President Trump will. Are you ready to secure the border? Then get on your feet. Are you ready to secure the border? Are you ready for the biggest deportation operation you've ever seen? Are you ready for President Trump to walk on this stage? God bless you. God bless America.
You know, I wonder if Tom Homan is serious about the border. Holy smokes, what a speech.
It was an incredible speech, and great to see that Chicago, Illinois is at the top of his mind. You have a mayor there who is threatening to break the law, and Tom Homan being very clear, it's a felony to harbor an illegal alien, and it was a very impassioned speech. And quite frankly, saying that he's seen too many people die along that border, people baked to death. Of course, the horrible rapes and the sex trafficking, especially looking in the eyes of 9-year-old children and younger whose lives have been shattered because of this violence and crime coming up through the southern border and elsewhere throughout the United States. These men are serious. As he said, he's worked for 6 presidents prior to this, and the best damn president coming back to get the job done. And as you were saying, Matthew, when it's heartfelt and true, that's when you really see public policy change for the better, and Tom Homan is the man for the job.
Exactly, and I was wanting to see this speech. I wanted to hear directly from him live right now, and exactly what I thought happened. It was, why is he so passionate about the border? We all want the border to be taken care of. But then you saw the insight there from Tom Homan of what he's dealt with, to Bobby's point, to experience that. And now he gets an opportunity to take care of business. You know, that is the type of person that, just like border agents or just like law enforcement that are good people, they want to do that job that they're hired to do. That's why they get involved with law enforcement or, you know, being a border protection agent or patrol agent, that kind of thing. So under President Trump, law and order will rule. It's great because it keeps us more safe, and that's what President Trump wants to have for our country, and that's what we the people want, Bobby.
Exactly, and you'll probably have more people being hired because they're going to be able to have and do their jobs correctly, and hopefully have that support of elected officials, and perhaps change the minds of some when they violate Section 8 of the U.S. Code. 1324, I believe, is the number, and that is what Tom Homan is speaking of. The harboring of illegal aliens. It is illegal to do so, and it doesn't matter if you're an elected official. If you're breaking the law, you're facing perhaps 1 year in jail as a result of that. So we have Eric Adams, a former police officer, mayor of New York City, who has pledged to work with Tom Homan. We hope others on the Democrat side will perhaps create that partnership, because this is not a partisan issue. It's about protecting lives, protecting families, and doing it in an ethical manner. And again, you want the person who has had years and years of experience handling this.
President Trump making great picks with the cabinet, with administrative decisions. As you see, Tom Homan, perfect for the border czar position. 12:06 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely here live as we bring you AmFest 2024 coverage. This is day 4, the final day, and we have been waiting for President Trump to take the stage. There are rally vibes in Arizona. This is a tribute to Arizona, we're told. So President Trump is going to have a great time here with the people of Arizona, and a number of news-making items, I believe, will be happening in this speech. I know our COO, Grace Odonia, sending over a little bit of an excerpt of the speech from President Trump, and there's definitely some news to be made here, but also it's going to be great to just see him again and see him at this speech.
And I actually was privileged enough to attend a 2017 Phoenix, Arizona rally as a thank you to not only the great state 48, but really the whole country. And that featured then Vice President Pence before President Trump spoke. You had Dr. Alveda King and Dr. Ben Carson, of course, in his role at HUD when he was Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Of course, Reverend Franklin Graham opening with prayer in that convention center. And it was really a much warmer day in August in Phoenix 7 years ago, but really a nod to the great people of that state who really changed it. I mean, Arizona was crucial for both victories, and we had seen in roughly 7 months up until that point, wow, President Trump really was starting to enact and doing what he said he was going to do. And that's why it's so exciting to see him return to the Oval Office, because it's promises made, promises kept. Even Governor Newsom of California mentioned that about the California wildfires way back when President Trump was in office, and how much he enjoyed working with him, because this is a gentleman, President Trump, who will look at the issues, study them, put subject matter experts in place and take care of business, as a great CEO always does.
Exactly. So we're going to be seeing Charlie Kirk take the stage here soon to introduce the president-elect. Looking forward to that here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. This brought to you by a number of great sponsors, including Birch Gold Group. All you do is text Trump to 989898 for more information on gold, silver, precious metals as well. Not only will you get that info kit, you'll get that free Ultimate Guide to Gold for the Trump Era book. Always good to have a hedge against inflation, and this is an A+ rating when it comes to the Better Business Bureau. So a lot of these sponsors, all these sponsors, without them, we would not be able to bring this live coverage today. So we'll be going right back to Phoenix in just a second. AngelPace.com as well is another sponsor, headquartered in Spring, Texas. They hire military veterans. A great product there, AngelPace.com. And let's go to PatriotAddictDeals.com.
Patriot Addict Deals, it is an addictive website because they have the Trump bullet glass where you can claim 20% off using that code RSBN20 for last-minute stocking stuffers for the big Trump and or MAGA fan in your life. So PatriotAddictDeals.com, and you won't find these products anywhere else.
And let's go to Tax Network USA. So it's 800-357-1415. If you have any back taxes or any tax questions in general, great patriots there ready to answer your questions at 800-357-1415. Let's go now to freetrumpbook.com. The U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, he's the one that obviously has a show, but he also has some great writing abilities. He and his team there writing a number of great topics and great books. Go to freetrumpbook.com. And the wellness company, Bobby, makecaregreatagain.com.
Essential in the cold and flu season, and this pack of 8 medications will protect you against any heavy viral or bacterial infection. Of course, 15% off using code RSBN. You could save $45 with that. And I took that on the road with me and have one at home sitting there just in case. And it's a great way to protect your family. Really, it's not a luxury. It's pretty much a necessity at this point.
And let's go now to preborn.com, a great pro-life ministry right there, preborn.com. You can actually sponsor an ultrasound. So always good to have that for people that may be thinking, you know, if a woman's there and she doesn't know if she's on the fence, she's on, we're going to choose life or not. When they see that ultrasound, as you guys may have heard, they're twice as likely to choose life. So this is a group that's great. You can sponsor an ultrasound, preborn.com/RSBN. Let's now pivot over to AmericavaCoffee.com as well. You like coffee, don't you?
I really enjoy it. I do, especially a dark roast.
Definitely. So you can get more information right there by going to AmericavaCoffee.com. It's a MAGA Christmas right there. Great sponsor here at Right Side. Let's also go to MyPillow.com. More than 2,000 products on that site. We had Mike Lindell on the show a while ago, but he said there are more than 2,000 products, and also if you use the RSBN promo code, you'll get free shipping. So great company there. All right, a couple more things to say before we go back to Phoenix. The RSBN situation when it comes to donations, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. RSBN to 801-801. On top of that, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter for all of your America First updates and exclusive offers, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. It is 12:12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 o'clock out there on the West Coast, and we're looking forward to seeing President Trump as it is a lot of rally vibes going on right now. We kind of like the pre-program, then over to President Trump for a speech. Looking forward to it, Bobby.
Very much so. This will be really geared towards younger people and Gen Z and the essential demographic that young men and women really came out to support President Trump. And he outperformed in every demographic. Really the greatest presidential performance for a Republican perhaps since Bush 41 in 1988 in terms of not only the popular vote but the electoral college in that victory as well. But young voters being crucial to this whole piece of the pie and piece of the puzzle, as Midwest voters were, just as they were back in 2016. And we saw that energy really on the trail. I mean, so many of these rallies, especially in college towns, I think about East Carolina University, the majority of the people attending the rally were college students. And we interviewed them and they said, yes, we are skipping class, and they'd say it right on the camera, because this is a moment that you really can't replicate, to get to see your president right there in person speaking to issues that are crucial to the future of this country.
Yeah, we're living in great times, as you know, in the sense of making America great again. I mean, do we realize the greatness of President Trump and what he has done for our nation already, what he will do with a great cabinet coming up? We'll be watching the reformation of America before our eyes. That's the 20 core promises, including sealing the border. And speaking of that, thank you to Grace Saldana, our COO, for sending an excerpt of President Trump's speech into us right here. It reads in part, "On my first day back in the Oval Office, I will sign a historic slate of executive orders to close our border to illegal aliens and stop the invasion of our country." So this on the heels of that great speech by Tom Homan. If you're just joining us right now, when President Trump's speech is over, please scrub back and listen to Tom Homan's speech.
Promises made, promises kept, and Tom Homan really directly laying that out as a precursor for President Trump here in a few moments, that he's going into places like Chicago, Illinois. He's taking on leftist mayors like Brandon Johnson, who are truly violating the law and committing felonies if they are harboring illegal aliens. And we know there are situations where they're standing in the way of it. Oh, here we are, Charlie Kirk.
One standing in the way of hearing from the 45th and 47th President of the United States. So I'm not going to talk long. I just want to say I am so thankful that all of you have worked so hard to get Donald Trump back in the White House. In this state, this is the best performing swing state with a 5.5-point victory. We have all 50 states represented here in this grassroots movement of the greatest American comeback in the history of our country. I truly believe that President Trump, throughout these last couple of years, overcoming all these odds, is one of the greatest stories ever told. And let's just say thank you, God, for giving us Donald Trump and giving our country back. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to witness history, the 45th and 47th President of the United States.
If there was one thing that you wanted people to remember about Donald Trump, what is it?
Never, ever give up.
Over the years, I've surprised a lot of people. The biggest surprise is yet to come. You are about to begin the greatest adventure of your life.
The biggest political phoenix from the ashes story ever.
I am officially running for President of the United States.
Transformation from businessman to reality TV star.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency.
This is a man's world.
We've been through so much together.
This is a guy who has had arrows thrown at him. Democrats have tried to put him in jail, bankrupt.
But it wouldn't mean nothing. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible.
The subject of Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts, 91 indictments, convictions. There is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president.
For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth.
When they couldn't beat him, they tried to bankrupt him. When that didn't work, they tried to put him in federal prison.
Hello, Butler. Hello.
When that didn't work, they even tried to kill him.
They just tried to kill President Trump. Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. Together we will write the next chapter of the great American story.
Donald Trump accepted his 3rd Republican presidential nomination days after an assassin attempted to take his life. President Biden has just announced that he is ending his re-election bid. Kamala Harris is to become the Democratic nominee.
You think about all the times that the media wrote the obituary of Donald Trump's political career.
And everybody was wrong.
We together are going to register new voters, chase ballots, vote early. We are going to do the work to save America.
President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania.
The winner of Michigan, and they're just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270.
We will take back our country.
We are now projecting
And we will make
that the next president of the United States
America
is
great again.
America's comeback starts right now.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump returning to the White House as the 47th president of the United States.
His comeback victory unlike anything we have ever seen in American history.
It was the most successful citizen revolt. The people defeated the oligarchs.
When history looks back on Donald Trump, he will be one of the greatest leaders this world has ever seen.
Forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Republicans will pull off a political trifecta, controlling the House, the Senate, and the White House.
I am with you. I will fight for you, and I will win for you.
President Trump is putting together a brilliant cabinet of fantastic America First fighters.
With you at my side, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny.
Demolish the deep state.
This will truly be the golden age of America.
Our best days are yet to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, now welcome to the stage the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say.
Well, hello, Arizona. It's great to be here. Nice to win the election. That's very nice to win. And I want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas. They don't say that too much anymore. We say it. And when I had all that smoke backstage, I said, hey, are there any steps in front of me? I don't want to go down. I go down, that would not be good. We don't want to do that, nice and slow. But I just want to thank you. What a beautiful production this is. What a great job the whole group does. And been amazing. Turning Point's been amazing. And it's really been tremendous numbers of American patriots. It's really been great. And you saw what happened last month. And we had Turning Point's grassroots army. It's an army. They turned out to vote, and they voted in record numbers, and everybody else voted in record numbers too, I have to tell you. And we did something that was really epic. We won a battle that a lot of people thought was very hard to win, you know, too big to rig. Remember what I said, too big to rig? We make it too big to rig, we're going to win. And it really was one of the great political victories in the history of our country, and that's good. They said one of the very big radical left newspapers said the most consequential election in the last 129 years. And I said, couldn't they have made it a little bit longer than that? You know, 129 years, but that's pretty good. But we won. Oh, it's so nice. We won the popular vote by a lot, by millions and millions. And I used to hear in the first one, we won and we did great. And they always would say, while he didn't win the popular vote, he won the electoral college. You know, they'd say that low. But we actually did very well then, but we did really well the second time. And this time, we said, to hell with it. We've got to just blow them away. And that's what we did. We blew them away. So we won all 7 swing states. Remember, they were saying, well, you know, we did very well in early voting, so we didn't have to win too much because we were way ahead. But they said, well, he only has to win 2, but we won all 7. Can you believe it, huh? We won all 7. And we carried the great state of Arizona, something not easy for a Republican to do, but it was easy for us to do. And we had more than a 6-point landslide. That's called a landslide here. And not only did we reclaim the White House, we also took back the U.S. Senate. And we won the largest popular vote majority for House Republicans in a presidential year since 1928. That's a pretty good thing. And I want to express my tremendous gratitude to Charlie Kirk. He's really an amazing guy. Amazing guy. And his whole staff for their relentless efforts to achieve this very historic victory. It's such a great honor. It's not my victory, it's your victory. It's a great honor. Man, we worked hard on this. We knew bad things happened in 2020. And if I didn't know that we won in 2020, I wouldn't have done this because it would have been like the ultimate poll, right? But we won by a lot. And this time we said, look, now we got to really win by, and we won by so much. They just, you know, they threw all their placards. They wanted to protest. They were all set. And at about 9 o'clock, they said, man, this guy's killing us. They threw the placards. They went home, and we had no riots. We had no anything. It was a beautiful thing to watch. They just said, we lost. And we want to try bringing everybody together. We're going to try. We're going to really give it a shot. The thing that brings people together is victory. It's winning. And we had that for much of my first year. We had the greatest economy in history in our first term. We can now call it a first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country, maybe in the history of any country, frankly. And we did things that nobody could have done, and we're going to do them even better now. We're going to be drilling, as we say, drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. But we're going to be doing a lot more than drilling. But I also want to give a very special thanks to everyone at Turning Point Action who outworked and outsmarted, always outsmart. You gotta be smart too, and outorganized the radical left opposition. We had very strong opposition, not in terms of numbers, but I will tell you, something's happened because that was a big defeat for them. That nobody expected the numbers. You know what happened? The pollsters went around, and whenever anyone said, it's none of your business, they say, who are you voting for? Or who did you vote for? They said, it's none of your business. And sometimes they said much tougher language than that, but I'm not going to get into that because I'll get in big trouble on the home front. And with Franklin Graham, please, sir. He says, please, sir, please don't use foul language. You speak so beautifully. You can do just as well. Actually, it doesn't work quite as well, but that's okay. It's just emphasis. But when they said essentially, it's none of your business, that was a Trump vote. And they had the highest numbers of people that said that because they don't trust the press, etc. And we had the highest numbers. And that's why the polls showed us winning, but not winning in a landslide like we did. And we sort of knew that was going to happen. We could tell by the rally signs. Look at this. Here we won. There's no reason except celebration, but that's not a bad reason, is it? And look at the crowd. They have 7,000 or 8,000 people standing outside. They can't get in. Would anybody like to give up their seat, please? Huh? You know, doing this for years, I don't think I've ever had anyone say, yes, I'll give it up. Just one person, nobody. The Democrats and the media said that Turning Point could never run a ground game. They weren't experienced. They didn't know Charlie, right? But when the ballots came in, the other side really didn't know what the hell hit them. They got hit hard. The victory was such an outstanding one, such a big one. And the other side now, and we don't want this. We want people to be happy and healthy. But they did. They lost their confidence. If you watch television now, they're all befuddled. They don't know what the hell happened. They're befuddled, to use quite a nice word that my mother used to use years ago, talking about somebody that's a mess. But they did. They've lost their confidence, and hopefully they'll lose it for a long time and then come over to our side because we want to have them. We want to have them. And we're going to have some inauguration on the 20th. We're going to have something. It's going to be great. Going to be great. But something happened also in the election. All 50 states shifted toward the Republican Party, every single one of them. And together we won the largest share of African-American voters of any Republican in modern history. Actually, in history. We won more Hispanic-American votes than any Republican ever, and we won the vote. We won the Latino men. Who's a Latino man? Do we have any Latino men? Now, you're not a Latino man. Very beautiful woman, but a man you are not. Of course, nowadays, who the hell knows? But we won the Hispanic, I call Hispanic. I always said, do you like Latino or Hispanic? Let's go. Let's do a free poll. Who likes to be called Latino? Okay, that's what's always happening. Listen to this. Who likes to be called Hispanic? Not as good as usual. But we won half of all voters aged 18 to 29. There's never been anything like that. We won by 36 young people. And we got the highest share of youth vote of any Republican ever before in history. And we had great people. You know, my son Barron said, Dad, you got to see this one, that one, this one. He said he likes Joe Rogan a lot, too. He said, you got to see Joe Rogan. Dad, you got to do an interview with these people. And he has a sort of a feel for young people. I guess that's a nice thing to have when you're young. But he has a feel for it, and it was amazing. So we got the highest vote ever for a Republican candidate. We won by 36 points with young people. That never happens. A Republican loses by 36 or 40. So I'm going to have to start thinking about TikTok. I think we're going to have to start thinking. Because, you know, we did go on TikTok, and we had a great response with billions of views, billions and billions of views. They brought me a chart, and it was a record, and it was so beautiful to see. And as I looked at it, I said, maybe we got to keep this sucker around a little while. You know, who wants to? Oh, look, I see Sheriff Joe. Sheriff Joe, could we use you on the border? Stand up, Sheriff Joe. Look at that. He had no problems with the border. You could straighten your border out in 2 minutes. We'll put Sheriff Joe over there. And he's and you're looking good, Joe. You're looking good, and we miss your wife, right? Your great wife. She's up there proud as hell of you. But he had no border problems. You didn't have any border problems, and we'll do that very shortly for you. We're going to have, you have a governor that doesn't know what the hell she's doing. You have people that don't know what they're doing. And we're going to change it because your border is a disaster. Your border is a disaster, what's going on. And you just have a few days to wait. We're going to be fully operational, I would say, by about 2 o'clock on the 20th. 20th of January. With your help, we gained 23 points with voters under the age of even 25. Think of that. We gained 23 points. And in the election of 2024, our movement not only won a mandate, but we built new American majorities all over the place and will define our country's future. I believe it's going to define our country's future for generations to come. That's going to happen. It's, you know, there's some people called up that are great people, actually. Great business leaders called, a lot of them. And some of them weren't exactly on my side, but they're on my side now. But they said there's a light over not only the country right now, but over the entire world. And it is happening. And we want to get some of these, wars that would have never happened, like Russia, Ukraine would have never happened. Israel would have never been attacked, would have never happened. We wouldn't have inflation. We wouldn't have had that Afghanistan horror show, that horrible, horrible, the way we left, leaving billions of dollars of equipment behind and 13 soldiers. And, you know, nobody ever mentions, and I mention because I love them, and they're all watching right now. 48 soldiers that were horrifically injured. Nobody ever, they lived, and they don't talk about them, but these are incredible warriors that were hurt so badly with the legs and the arms and the face, and hurt so badly. 48 of them, and we love you. You're listening, and we love you. We're not forgetting you. And for all of us standing before you today, I can proudly proclaim that the golden age of America is upon us. It is. It's going to be a golden age. There's a spirit that we have now that we didn't have just a short while ago. Sadly, we didn't have. Well, who the hell can have spirit? Watching women get beat up in a boxing ring? I don't think that's spirit, right? We're going to end that one quick. We're going to end it very quickly. We're going to end that one very quickly. Since the election, the stock market has broken one record after another. The biggest gain of stock market after an election in history. That's a good sign. In a single month, small business optimism soared 41 points, which is a record. That's a record. Bitcoin has surged to an all-time record high of $108,000. Congratulations. Congratulations. And just last week, in an overwhelming statement of confidence in our leadership, the CEO of SoftBank, a very highly respected man in Asia, Masayoshi Son, you probably saw it announced that he will be investing, and only because I won the election, he made that clear, only because he has confidence in the United States, between $100 billion and $200 billion. And he's going to be investing. It's equal to about 100,000 jobs at least. And all over the world, people are investing now. They're starting the investments, and it's going to be a beautiful thing with the jobs. But they're calling it the Trump effect because even before taking office, we're already bringing in the jobs and opportunity and safety and common sense back to the USA. We're bringing common sense back. Maybe that's the most important thing. I think common sense is the most important thing, but not only are we seeing it at home, but we're seeing it abroad as well. The European Union is suddenly talking about buying vast new quantities of natural, American, beautiful natural gas. It is beautiful, and it's very inexpensive. It's a lot less expensive than windmills all over the place. A lot less expensive. But I've informed Mexico and Canada that they will have to step up and stop the illegal aliens and illegal drugs from pouring into our country. Have to stop. And that goes for the European Union, and it goes for many other places. European Union's treated us very, very badly. We have hundreds of billions of dollars with deficits. They don't take our cars. They don't take our agricultural product, but we take theirs. And they've got to be careful. They can't treat us that way. They're not going to be treating us that way for long, that I can tell you. Because we're not going to let them turn the United States into a dumping ground. We're not going to let it happen. We pay Canada in subsidies and deficits over $150 billion a year. And you say, why are we doing that? Why are we paying Canada $150 billion? Essentially, we're paying Canada, and we love Canada. I have so many friends. I love Canada. I love it. But why are we spending $150 billion on Canada? Yet Canada allows people and drugs to flood in through our northern border. You know, we have a northern border that's not doing so well either. Likewise, people are coming in from Mexico in numbers that have never, ever been seen before. We had 21 million people come in over the past 4 years. Think of that, 21 million people. And you see a lot of these people should not be here. They come from mental institutions and prisons from all over the world, not just South America. Hundreds of thousands more are racing to get across before January 20th. You got to see it. And I was very strong with Mexico. I spoke to the new president, who was lovely, wonderful woman, and President Sheinbaum, wonderful woman, actually. But I said, you can't do this to our country. We're not going to take it anymore. You can't do it. But I've informed Mexico that it just cannot continue. We're not going to let it continue. The United States has lost 300,000 people a year. Think of that. I don't know. I mean, how many people, everybody you meet said, I lost my daughter, I lost my son to drugs, to fentanyl, mostly to fentanyl, but to drugs. Families are being destroyed, and we're going to stop it. We're not going to let that happen. And we're also going to be doing something that's, I think, going to help a lot. We're going to do very big advertising campaigns, just like a campaign for running for president. We spend a lot of money, but it'll be a very small amount of money relatively. We're going to advertise how bad drugs are for you, how bad they are. They ruin your look, they ruin your face, they ruin your skin, and ruin your teeth. If you want to have horrible teeth, take a lot of fentanyl. If you want to have skin that looks so terrible, take fentanyl. We're going to show what these drugs are doing to you. Nobody's done that before, and we're going to do it. And that is, it's going to be like running a political campaign, just like running for president, just like we just did. We had some pretty good ads, right? We explained what these people have done, how they're destroying our country. I mean, who would let millions of people pour in from prisons and jails and mental institutions, and I always say insane asylums? You know, the press gave me a hard time because sometimes I'd use the word, a name, Hannibal Lecter. They said, why does he mention Hannibal Lecter? That has nothing to do with it. Why would he? I mean, are they stupid? The fact is that we don't want Hannibal Lecter. You know what that is? Silence of the Lambs. We don't want Hannibal Lecter, Dr. Hannibal Lecter in our country, do we, huh? And you know what happened when they went to the voting booth? Or, unfortunately, if they signed their mail-in ballot, but we got by it. We got to change all of that stuff. We got to have great, fair, confident elections. But when they went into the booth or they signed their ballot, they said, Hannibal Lecter, that's a bad guy. We don't want him here. They knew that. They didn't like that. They didn't like that I used them because it's a very good example. It's like incredible what they do. We need borders, we need fair elections, and we need a free and fair press. And we're going to try getting all of them. As another example of the things we're doing and looking at, it's such a terrible thing is happening. The Panama Canal is considered a vital national asset for the United States of America due to its critical role of American economy, the whole world economy, and also national security. The Panama Canal. Has anyone ever heard of the Panama Canal? Because we're being ripped off at the Panama Canal like we're being ripped off everywhere else. A secure, he just said, take it back. That's a good idea. Where do you come from, sir? He doesn't come from Panama. Yeah, good. A secure Panama Canal is crucial for U.S. commerce and rapid deployment of the Navy from the Atlantic all the way to the Pacific. It's an incredible thing, and drastically cut shipping times down to U.S. ports by days and even weeks. The United States is the #1 user of the Panama Canal, with over 72% of all transits heading to or from U.S. ports. Think of that. So we built it. We're the ones that use it. They gave it away. Considered one of the one of the great wonders of the world. The Panama Canal opened for business 110 years ago and was built at huge cost to the United States, and it really is big when you consider the lives and the treasure, the equivalent of $1.2 trillion today. You don't hear those numbers. 38,000 American men, almost all men, they went there to be construction workers and dig. They were diggers, and they were brave. 38,000 men died from infected mosquitoes in the jungles of Panama during the construction period. Think of that. We lost 38,000 men. Teddy Roosevelt was president of the United States at the time of its building and understood the strength of naval power and trade. When President Jimmy Carter foolishly gave it away for $1. During his term in office, it was solely for Panama to manage and not for China or any other country to manage. You see what's going on there? China. It was likewise not given for Panama to charge the United States, its Navy, and its corporations doing business within our country exorbitant prices and rates of passage, which they do. They charge us like it's a disgrace. Our Navy and commerce have been treated in a very unfair and injudicious way. The fees being charged by Panama are ridiculous, highly unfair, especially knowing the extraordinary generosity that has been bestowed to Panama, I say very foolishly, by the United States. This complete ripoff of our country will immediately stop. It's going to stop. The United States has a big and vested interest in the secure, efficient, and reliable operation of the Panama Canal. And that was always understood when they gave it to Panama. Can you believe that? We would never have done it if we thought what's happening now can happen, and we would never, and we will never, ever let it fall into the wrong hands. But it's falling into the wrong hands. It was not given for the benefit of others by a token of cooperation, but it was given to Panama and to the people of Panama, but it has provisions. You got to treat us fairly, and they haven't treated us fairly. If the principles, both moral and legal, of this magnanimous gesture of giving are not followed, then we will demand that the Panama Canal be returned to the United States of America in full, quickly, and without question. I'm not going to stand for it. So to the officials of Panama, please be guided accordingly. William McKinley, the 25th President of the United States, was, because of the vast sums of money that he brought into our country, the person really who got us the money that President Theodore Roosevelt used to build the Panama Canal and a lot of other things. McKinley was a very good, maybe a great president. They took his name off Mount McKinley, right? That's what they do to people. No, he was a great president, very good president at a minimum. He was a very good businessman. He was a businessman, then a governor, very successful businessman, and then he ran for president, and he won. And he was able to use business principles, and he was a strong believer in tariffs. And we were actually probably wealthiest of any time, relatively speaking, at any point in the history of our country. In the 1890s, we were so wealthy, we had commissions set up what to do with all the money that we were taking in. We had no income tax. We only had tariffs. I consider that to be the most beautiful word in the dictionary. But President McKinley was the president that was responsible for creating a vast sum of money in the United States that Teddy Roosevelt then spent. So let's say they were both excellent presidents, but McKinley did that, and that's one of the reasons that we're going to bring back the name of Mount McKinley, because I think he deserves it. I think he deserves it. There are lots of things we can name, but I think he deserves it. That was not very gracious to somebody that did a good job, and as you know, he was assassinated. He was assassinated. We have accomplished so much in just 47 days since the election, but that's only the beginning of what we will achieve together as the 47th President of the United States of America. Over the past few weeks, I've nominated an all-star cabinet of some of the most fearless, determined, and brilliant individuals ever to step forward for public office. And we're getting great reviews, I have to say, and they're all doing well. But we're getting fantastic reviews on the people that we chose. It's we chose, because I wouldn't choose them if I didn't think you liked them. I don't have that kind of courage. You like every one of them, and everybody. I mean, people are amazed at the quality. Our Secretary Scott of the Treasury is central casting, the whole group. But to get wokeness out of our military and restore the unquestioned strength and fighting spirit of the American Armed Forces, I've appointed Pete Hegseth to be our next Secretary of Defense. He's going to be great. You know, I've interviewed with him a lot on Fox, and all he ever wanted to talk about was the military, including when we weren't on. He'd talk about the military. He'd talk about how unfairly our soldiers were treated. Can I give a pardon to this one or that one who's treated so unfairly? They teach them to be fighting machines, and then when they fight, they want to put them in jail for 35 years. And he was very strong on that. That's all he wanted to talk about, really, and it just seemed so natural to me. Plus, he had a great education, went to Princeton and Harvard, was a tremendous student, and he's a very vibrant, strong guy. I think he's going to be great. He's doing well to make our intelligence community respected even more. I don't even think the word even is right, because we had some bad years with these people. But we're going to do something. We're going to stop looking at all of these horrible foreign wars that we've gotten ourselves through stupidity. We're in wars at countries that nobody ever even heard of before. And we're going to be smart. We're going to be guided by strength. And we're going to have peace through strength like we had. I had no wars other than I wiped out ISIS. We wiped out ISIS in a small fraction. They said it was going to take 5 years. It took 4 weeks. We have a great military, not the ones you see on television, the real generals, but I've nominated Tulsi Gabbard as our Director of National Intelligence. And to be our next Secretary of Health and Human Services, I decided, look, something's going on here. When you look at, like, autism from 25 years ago, and you look at it now, something's going on, and I nominated Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Think of it. Think of this. 25 years ago, autism. 1 in 10,000 children. Today, it's 1 in 36 children. Is something wrong? I think so. And Robert and I and all, we're going to figure it out. But did you ever hear numbers like that? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Likewise, there's been a 25% increase in childhood cancer and a staggering increase in chronic diseases. So together we're going to make America healthy again. We're going to make America healthy again. Something's happening. Something bad is happening. And to end the weaponization of law enforcement and restore fair, equal, and impartial justice, we will have an outstanding new Attorney General in Pam Bondi. She's fantastic. She is fantastic. Known her a long time. And I'm very pleased to report that Christopher Wray is on his way out. He's resigned. And he will soon be replaced by our next FBI director, somebody who I think is going to be one of the greatest, maybe the greatest director of them all, Kash Patel. I campaigned on an agenda of delivering profound change to Washington, and last month the American people voted for change like they've never voted before, and in overwhelming numbers that nobody saw coming. I saw coming, because I think we all saw coming. When you went to the rallies, you saw that. We'd have, like we had in New Jersey, 107,000 people, and they'd go out the next day and they'd have 30 people, maybe 40 if they were lucky. And then I heard how it was going to be a close race. I said, why is that? Why is that? I don't quite get that. But now the Republican Senate majority is working very hard to confirm my nominees, and we appreciate it. And with the help of this dream team cabinet, and we have so many others I won't bother mentioning, but you know every one of them, we're going to embark on the most exciting and successful period of reform and renewal in all of American history. We're going to do something that's going to be really, really special. You're going to be so happy. And as you know, I made a series of big day one promises in my campaign. You know them just as well as I do. And 29 days from now, I intend to keep those promises to the American people. And just as we did 4 years ago, my administration will live by the motto, promises made, promises kept. We did keep our promises. And there's a new hat, there's a brand new hat that's out. I saw it yesterday, the first time, and it's selling like hotcakes. It says, Trump was right about everything. And I don't want to brag, but we were right about just about everything, including foreign policy, these crazy wars that we're in. One of the things I want to do, and quickly, and President Putin said that he wants to meet with me as soon as possible. So we have to wait for this, but we have to end that war. That war is a horrible, horrible. The soldiers, the number of soldiers being killed, it's a flat plane, and the bullets are going, and there's powerful bullets, powerful guns, and the only thing that's going to stop them is a human body. They go dead flat land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Millions of soldiers have died now, millions. We're seeing numbers that are just crazy. Got to stop it. It's ridiculous. Would have never happened if I was president. That war would have never happened. And October 7th, Israel would have never happened either. So much. Our country would be so different and the world would be so different. But it's not. So we have to make it great. And we're going to make it great. We're going to do it as quickly as we can. On my first day back in the Oval Office, I will sign a historic slate of executive orders to close our border to illegal aliens and stop the invasion of our country. And on that same day, we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower. And as part of Operation Aurora, you know all about Aurora, how horrible that's been. Every single foreign gang and illegal alien member, all of this criminal network operating on American soil will be dismantled, deported, and destroyed. Going to get them out. Think of it. They sent their gang members to us. Busload after busload. We had an open border. They're gang members, they're drug dealers, they're drug addicts, people that were sick, people that were healthy and strong. What the hell was that? You get the little yips up here every once in a while. I wonder why. That was a strange sound. I've heard some very strange sounds. Every foreign gang member will be expelled, and I will immediately designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We're going to do it immediately. And we'll unleash the full power of federal law enforcement, ICE, Border Patrol. How good is, by the way, how good is Tom Homan, right? He's phenomenal. I've known him a long time. I'll bet you Sheriff Joe likes Tom Homan, right? Sheriff Joe, yes? Yep. He goes, yep. The DEA, the FBI, the intelligence community, and financial sanctions to remove the migrant gangs and criminals that are killing and raping and maiming our citizens. We're going to get them out. We're going to get them out. We're going to get them out fast. We have no choice. We have no choice, by the way. I don't want to do that, but we have no choice. Last thing I want to do, could have been so much easier. The election wasn't rigged. It would have been a much different thing. But this will show something. This is going to show how we do it and how good we are. You know, we showed how the opposite philosophy runs a country, and it wasn't good. They had an approval rating today. It was 14%. Nobody's ever had an approval rating of 14. That's the lowest approval rating. And we're going to have a very high, in fact, we already have a very high approval rating. We're way up, way up, higher than almost anybody, higher than anybody as of this morning. We will end the occupation, and January 20th will truly be Liberation Day in America. Is that okay? Liberation Day. And this great liberation will be in honor of all of the victims of migrant crime and all of the angel moms and angel dads who have lost their really incredible kids that, you know, they're going around for years and years. And I talk to them all the time. I know so many of them. And many of them are here. And we can just say, we love you, we're with you. They had so little help from the politicians on the other side. We're joined today by Patty Morin, the mother of Rachel Morin, who you know all about, a beautiful mother of 5 who was murdered by an illegal alien monster who entered our country under the open border policies of the Biden administration. Your borders was not too good. Your borders that was not Tom Homan, I can tell you. But Patty, those days are over, and they will soon be over. I hope we're just not going to have, how can you say never again, but we're going to have as few as possible. It's going to be rough, and it's going to be rough on the ones that do that kind of damage to you and to our country. Where is Patty? Is she here someplace? I just want to thank her. Hi, Patty. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you, darling. Do you want to come up for a second, Patty? Huh? Do you want to come up? I had lunch with Patty, and she suffered greatly. I said, let me help you with your eyes, because I want to help her with her eyes. She has an eye situation that can be fixed with some medical help. Many of them can't be fixed. I said, Patty, get your eyes taken care of. I'll take care of it. Just get it done. I hope you got it done. Did you have them done yet? Did you have it done yet, Patty? That's great. Oh, you look good, Patty. Be careful. Did you have your eyes done yet, Patty? You get them done, okay?
January.
Oh, good, good. She's going to get them done in January. Good.
Thank you. Thank you. The first time I met President Trump in person, he invited us to lunch, my attorney and I. And to be honest, I didn't do anything. I just sat there. I didn't really speak because I wanted to watch the man and listen to what he had to say and what his conversation was like, because I knew he wasn't a politician, but I knew that he had been president before, and I wanted to see if he was a real, authentic man who actually cared for the American people. And so I watched him, I watched how he interacted. I also watched how much his staff really respected him and how much his staff loved working for him. But the thing that changed the way that I looked at him as a person was I realized that he was a dad, that he was a grandfather, and when you spoke to him, you could see in his eyes that he genuinely cared about his fellow human being. But the thing I appreciate the most is that he heard the cries of a mother, and he cared, and he made a promise that he was going to protect us and that he was going to help us. And that's all you can ask from your president, but also just from a fellow human being. And so I personally, I am so honored to know this man and to think of you as a friend.
Thank you very much. She's been through hell. Who wouldn't be? I mean, so many people, so many, I call them angel moms, and they go through hell. And many of them say it doesn't get any better, but we have to hope it does get better. Also with us is a very special guy, the president of the National Border Patrol Council, Paul Perez. He's incredible. He's doing a fantastic job, and he wants to do the job right. Hey, Paul, come on up here, Paul, quickly. Paul, in 1 month, the Patriots of Border Patrol will once again have a president who will back you and will have you, and we're going to work together as we have done in the past. You know, we had the safest border in the history of our country. And you remember the famous sign that I pulled down? That sign was about how good the border was. I haven't used that sign much lately. Well, we won, so I guess I don't have to use it, but we really do have to use it, because the fact is that we have to have strong, safe borders, and we have to have men like this and women who are doing an unbelievable job. I've gotten to know a lot of them. I'll tell you what, they're tougher than I am. I don't want to mess with them, right? But this man has done as the head, and also replacing a very good guy. We know that, right? And he's going to have a good life, I hope. He's going to, because he was a very special guy, and you're a very special guy. Say a few words, please, Paul.
I mean, we're back. America is back. The strength and security that Donald Trump brings to the White House is what we've needed. He's done it before, he's gonna do it again. We're gonna make all of these communities safe. And like Tom Homan said, if you're not gonna help, get the hell out of the way. Donald Trump is by far the best president in the history of this country, and he's gonna show everybody exactly why. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, and everybody, and Brandon, Judd, and all of the people. They do such an incredible job. We're also pleased to be joined by a man who just also, we really did well in Texas. And I heard Ted's speech. And he can come up and speak more if he wants, or he can just, you know, Ted's going to be going to a big event in a little while. Where's Ted Cruz? Is he here? He's here someplace. Ted? Ted? Oh, he's in trouble. Oh. He's in trouble. No, he was here. Oh, good. He's not in trouble.
Keep Texas, Texas. Amen. And I've got to say, this election has given President Donald J. Trump, a Republican Senate and a Republican House, a clear mandate to deliver on our promises. One month from today, President Trump will secure the border. We are going to bring back jobs. We are going to lower prices. We are going to protect American families. We are going to put criminals in jail. We are going to keep our kids safe. We are going to end foreign wars with victory. And I'll tell you, Mr. President, the results of this election, 7 battleground states, you won all 7. The people elected a Republican Senate and a Republican House to have your back, and we are going to deliver results. And if I can speak parochially for a minute, one of the most consequential things that happened in this race in Texas, you won profoundly in Texas, and both you and I won a majority of Hispanic votes in the great state of Texas. That is unprecedented. That is generational change, and it demonstrates that we are going to protect our nation, we are going to bring our country back, and we are going to make America great again.
He's actually a great guy. Was really out there working. Oh, I'm so glad he was here. Oh, that was an amazing moment. But we want to thank him. He had a great race and did a fantastic job against like 250 million spent against him. But Texas was very special, and it will remain very special. It's doing really excellent people, great people. And the governor's doing a fantastic job in Texas, your senator, Dan Patrick, and everybody's doing, Attorney General. Also, I want to bring up, if I could, or just say hello to him if he's on the outskirts, because you got a lot of people in this room. You got a lot more people outside than you have in the room. The RNC chairman, Michael Whatley, who was so fantastic in what he did with Laura. The two of them were so great. Where's Michael? Come on up, Michael. Come here. This guy did some job. Thank you very much.
It takes three things to win in a battleground state. Number one, you got to get out the vote. Number two, you got to protect the ballot. And number three, you have to have a great candidate who runs a great race. The people in this room helped us get out the vote. They helped us protect the ballot. We would not have been able to win all those battleground states without you. But when it comes to having a great candidate who runs a great race, there is simply nobody better ever than the 45th and now 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much. He really has, and Laura have done an incredible job. What a pleasure. They were fighting. They had so many lawyers. They were fighting the enemy like you wouldn't believe. I mentioned Tom Homan, but special, he's going to do so well. And a friend of mine who I haven't seen in a little while, Matt Gaetz, is here. Where's Matt? He's around here someplace. Matt Gaetz. He's got a big career set up. And I just want to say hello to Matt and Arizona GOP Chair Gina Swoboda. Wow, she is very, Gina, where's Gina? Because we're going to be backing Gina to run again. There she is, Gina. Gina, are you going to run again? Yes? Because if you do, you have my endorsement. So that should be good. Thank you. Thank you, darling. Great job you've done. A great professional golfer, a friend of mine. He's really a good golfer. Tom Pernice is here someplace. Tom, wherever you may be. Hello, Tom. Don't play him in golf. Play him in other things, but not golf. Trish Dugan is here, who is just a fantastic. Where is Trish? She's one of my great friends. Thank you very much. Has she helped? Trish has helped us so at a level that very few people can even dream of. So I want to thank you very much. Trish Duggan, please. Thanks. Where's Trish? Thank you, Trish. I think I see Carrie Lake. Is that Carrie Lake? Yes. Hi, Carrie. Stand up, Carrie. Hi. Hi. Good job. Worked hard. She's a good woman and she's going to be doing something very big, maybe bigger. It's a big one that you have, so good luck with it. You're going to do well. Going to turn that around like nobody ever saw before, so thank you very much for accepting it. Sergio Gore, a friend of mine who's doing a fabulous job leading the presidential personnel. He's really working hard. Where's Sergio? He's around here someplace. Sergio. Where is he? Hi, Sergio. Good job you're doing. We have some big announcements over the next few days, too, big ones. A great actor who's been with us for a long time when it wasn't fashionable, Rob Schneider. Rob. He was here with a few of his friends when it wasn't quite as fashionable, right, Rob? But you were here. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing, too. Karen Robeson, where is Karen? Karen is here, and she's, I hear, running for governor. She's going to be running for governor. Where's Karen? Hi, Karen. Hello, Karen. Are you running for governor? I think so, Karen, because if you do, you're going to have my support, okay? You're going to have my support. A man that is very non-controversial, a very unique, he really is a unique person, but he doesn't like controversy. His name is Steve Bannon. Has anyone ever heard of him? Where's Steve? Hello. Hi, Steve. A big, powerful voice he's got. His show is phenomenal. War Room. And thank you, Steve. There's nobody like Steve. Thank you very much, Steve. And a Phoenix police officer who was shot 8 times in the line of duty, Tyler Moldovan, who I just saw backstage. Where's Tyler? Oh, he's got to be right there. There he is. Hi, Tyler. Thank you, Tyler. Hi, Tyler. Wow. Thank you, Tyler. Eight times. Can you believe that? Think of that. 8 times, and he's looking great. Thank you very much. And to your family, beautiful wife. With a stroke of my pen on day 1, we're going to stop the transgender lunacy. And I will sign executive orders to end child sexual mutilation, get transgender out of the military and out of our elementary schools and middle schools and high school. And we will keep men out of women's sports. And that will likewise be done on day 1. Should I do day 1, day 2, or day 3? How about day 1, right? Under the Trump administration, it will be the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female. Doesn't sound too complicated, does it? To rescue our economy, I will sign day 1 orders to end all Biden restrictions on energy production, terminate his insane electric vehicle mandate, cancel his natural gas export ban, reopen ANWR in Alaska, the biggest site potentially anywhere in the world, and declare a national energy emergency. And do we have great people in energy, head of energy, Chris Wright, and Doug Burgum is the interior. And I merged both of them. You know, the energy had no energy. It just had the right to do energy. And interior had all the energy, but it didn't have the right to drill. So I merged them. And they're great friends. They're both very talented people. We're going to have so much oil and gas and other things, you won't know what to do with it. You'll say, please, President Trump, stop. We have too much. The prices are going too low, sir. Remember, we were $1.84 a gallon gasoline. Wouldn't that be nice? I will direct every cabinet secretary to cut 10 old regulations for every new regulation, which I did last time. We'll be getting rid of a lot of... Last term, for me, we did something special. We cut more regulations by 4 times than any other president in history, and we're going to top that record. Some of those ridiculous regulations were immediately put back on, and they were just hurting our country. That's why we had the best job numbers ever, because of what we did with regulation. You know, we cut taxes more than any president in history, and we cut regulations more than any president in history. And when I asked the people that run the big companies, which is more important, cutting the taxes or cutting the regulations, every single one of them so far has said the regulations were more important for jobs and everything else. Who would think that? But I will order federal workers to get back to the office in person or be terminated from the job immediately. And we will create the new Department of Government Efficiency headed by Elon Musk. And no, he's not taking the presidency. I like having smart people. You know, they're on a new kick. Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 all the different hoaxes. And the new one is, President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job. Isn't it nice to have smart people that we can rely on? Right? Don't we want that? He's done a great job. And I'll tell you, he landed that rocket a few months ago. It landed, it's coming down so fast, 17,000 miles an hour, he says, and coming down, it looks like it's getting ready. And then all of a sudden, the jets go on, it slows it down, then it's almost stopped it. Then it guides it over left, right, up, high, down. I said, what the hell's going on? Because nobody ever saw this before. And then it has the big gantry, very expensive. It looks like it's going to be smashed to smithereens. And then those jet engines roared from the bottom. It's coming in this way, a little hot. And the engines, pushed it straight, it landed. And it was like you're hugging a beautiful baby. A baby. No, not that baby. But it was the most incredible thing. And then he got into his car and/or plane or whatever, however he went, and he went to Pennsylvania, and he stayed up there for a month and helped us to win that state, which we won by a lot. So he was really good. And he supplied Starlink for North Carolina when they had no form of communication. They said, sir, do you know Elon Musk? Yeah. Well, we can't get Starlink. It's very hard to get. And I called Elon, we have to get some up there. You got to get some up there. And he got over 2,000 units. That's a lot. And they flooded it with Starlink, and it was so good. It saved a lot of lives, so we want to thank him. But no, he's not going to be president, that I can tell you. And I'm safe. You know why? He can't be. He wasn't born in this country. But the fake news knows that. No, he's a great guy, and we want to have him. Everybody, so many people are in this audience that have helped, so to an extent that you wouldn't believe. But we're going to bring transparency and accountability back to our government, and we'll be very soon, you're going to see it drain the swamp. We're going to be draining that swamp at levels never seen before. And I hope everybody goes home and reads the congressional report on the criminal activities of the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, J6 Committee. What they did is so illegal. And Congress has done a fantastic job on that. They just put out a report. They call it an interim report. It's brutal. On them, not on me, on them. And it's terrible. What they've done to this country is just absolutely terrible. But we'll end the left's campaign of racial discrimination and restore equality to our land and all over our land. And you see that happening so much with the vote and the kind of vote we got. Nobody ever expected anything like that. And I'll end all of the Marxist diversity, equity, and inclusion policies across the entire federal government immediately. And at the same time, we will ban these unlawful policies from we're going to ban them from the private sector as well. In America, we believe in the merit system, and now because of the major decision handed down recently by the Supreme Court, our country has again gone back to the merit system. That's what made our country great. And I want to just thank the Supreme Court, because that took a great deal of courage for them to do that. And some people were surprised by it, but that's what made us great. Merit made us great. I will direct our military to begin construction of the great Iron Dome missile defense shield, which will be made all in the USA, much of it right here in Arizona. You know, Ronald Reagan wanted to do it many, many years ago, but they didn't really have the technology. It's lucky that he didn't, because they didn't, but they have it now. We can knock a needle out of the sky. And as Commander-in-Chief, I will restore the proud and historic names of our great military bases like Fort Bragg. We're going to get them back. And woke has to stop, because along with everything else, it's destroying our country. We're going to stop woke. Woke is bullshit. As an example, in addition to the military bases, I understand they want to now rename 14 ships. We want to rename them. Some of these ships have had a great and glorious past. They want to take the name off and put another name down. Oh, I can imagine whose name they're going to put up. Not going to happen with me. It's not happening with me, I can promise you that. The actions I have described today are just a small preview of the common sense revolution, because that's what I call it, a common sense revolution that's coming soon to America, to a theater near you, right? But it's coming to you through your president, Donald J. Trump. The people have given us their trust, and in return, we're going to give them the best day one, the biggest first week, and the most extraordinary first 100 days of any president in American history. And in conclusion, on January 20th, the United States will turn the page forever on 4 long, horrible years of failure, incompetence, national decline, and we will inaugurate a new era of peace, prosperity, and national greatness. It's going to be national greatness. It will be something very, very special. And you could use a little of that because you haven't seen any of it in 4 years. What's happened to our country is so sad. We're going to cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories roaring back to America and right back here to Arizona. Because when I agreed to do this, and I had to do it for Charlie because he's special, but I said, Charlie, I'll do it, but this has to be also a real tribute to Arizona because they gave us such a big win. And I said, I'll get in my plane at 4:45 in the morning, and I'll fly here, but we have to really acknowledge and take care of the people of Arizona because you were fantastic. And I just want to thank you for that big win. Not an easy win. And we're going to build American, we're going to buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent, I promise, World War III. And we're very close to World War III. We will crush violent crime. We're going to stop violent crime. We're going to have to be tough. Please get ready. You're going to have to be tough. We can't let this happen. Our cities are crumbling. And give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. And I rebuilt our entire military at a level that it had never been. Unfortunately, we gave a big chunk of it to Afghanistan. You believe that one? What a terrible thing. But we will, again, rebuild those sections of our military that have been so badly hurt. Plus, we give so much of it away. You know, when I came in the last time, we had no ammunition. Can you believe it? I was greeted with a general, sir, we're very low, almost no ammunition. I said, keep it quiet. Let's not let the enemy know that. That doesn't sound too good. Steve Bannon would say that's not a good thing. No ammunition is not good, right, Steve? And I built so much ammunition so fast. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We give a lot of our ammunition away, as you know. And we have to take care of ourselves. We have to protect ourselves. And we have to make our country great. We just can't keep doing what we're doing. Especially when these wars never had to start. They never had to start. We will rebuild our once great cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again, and we'll do it quickly. We'll teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools, and we're going to get it out of our schools very fast. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. And after years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. We're going to protect our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. It's going to stop. You're not going to have an invasion of our country any longer. That will stop in just a few very short weeks. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation again, a nation led by competent people, a nation that we can be proud of. We're going to be so proud of our nation. We already are. It's already happened. Remember what I said. There's new light all over the world, not just here, all over the world. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope, and will be filled with a thing called the American dream. You can have the American dream back. For the past 9 years, you and I fought side by side against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. And in our magnificent victory on November 5th, you showed them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. That's what happened. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And in 2024, it was hardworking patriots like you who turned out and voted and saved our country. That's what happened. After all we have been through together, we now stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. We're going to make these the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. With your help, we will restore America's promise. We will rebuild the nation that we love, and we will do it very, very fast. That's what we want. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever, ever, ever surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. We're going to win a lot. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. And thank you, Arizona. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you all.
Yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy, young man. There's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there, and I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the it's fun and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything from your mental joy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, are you listening to me? Young man, what do you wanna be? YMCA. You'll find it at the YMCA. No man, does it all by himself. Young man, put your pride on the shelf. YMCA. And just go to the YMCA. Young man, I was watching your shoes.
Great to see President Trump on stage once again in Phoenix, Arizona there, a great swing state that went to President Trump. What a great speech and a great time there, Bobby.
Oh, it was fantastic. Highlighting roughly within 1 hour the excitement that was 2024 and the work that must be done from the mandate, from the voters of this great country. And an early morning for President Trump to get out there to State 48, but he wanted to thank Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA, and Turning Point Action, a vital piece to this election. And thank you to all those grassroots activists who got the job done, especially this swing in not only all 50 states, the shift to the right, but also 18 to 29-year-olds, winning nearly half of them across the entire nation.
Bobby McNeely along with Matthew Alvarez here. We are live at Right Side Broadcasting Network. President Trump saying, on my first day back in the Oval Office, I will sign a historic slate of executive orders to close our border to illegal aliens and stop the invasion of our country. And then we heard prior to President Trump, Tom Homan speak very passionately there. As you see, a packed house there. This is day 4 of AmFest 2024 in Phoenix, Arizona at the convention center there. This is wrapping up our coverage here. Charlie Kirk may be taking the stage to close out the event, so we're standing here live with you on this Sunday afternoon, 1:43 on the East Coast, as we are, Bobby, 29 days from Inauguration Day. President Trump in Washington, D.C. once again.
Right around the corner, and a busy January it will be for the incoming administration and for the Republican-led Congress. And we're already seeing that Trump effect in place with specific bills and specific policies where light is truly at the end of the tunnel and the end of really a dismal 4 years, sadly, for the Biden legacy, one of the worst in American history.
Let's go to Phoenix right now.
For being here at AmFest this year.
On behalf of Turning Point, thank you so much for being a part of this historic event, and thank you for all your efforts in saving our country this election cycle. Merry Christmas, safe travels, and God bless.
God bless you guys.
I was doing just fine before I met you.
AmFest 2024 is now in the history books. The first time that President Trump has spoken at this great event. You saw it right here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And I'm Bobby McNeely, and of course, thank you to Erica Kirk and Lauren Tonsich for closing out what was a very successful conference. I used to work with Lauren, and she is the brains behind events. She is one of the hardest working out there, so thank you to Lauren, and of course to Erica, who is Charlie's better half. There's no question.
Definitely. It was great to see President Trump there on the stage speaking. Once again, rally-like vibes in Phoenix, Arizona, as we are 29 days from Inauguration Day. Of course, we'll be covering that extensively here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, along with America First News. So just really glad to be a part of it with you, our great viewers that have been with us, a number of you since 2015, all the way until now and into the future. So great to have you join us. A lot of great sponsors to thank. Let's go with Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898 for more information on gold, silver, and precious metals. Again, text Trump to 989898. Next up, Wellness Company, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. MakeCareGreatAgain.com, Bobby, 15% off. So that's $45.
It's a great deal and very easy to travel with, whether it's in a backpack, in your family pantry, but these are essential medications. God forbid you get sick from with a bacteria or a viral infection. And of course, as we know, Dr. Peter McCullough leading this team of wonderful people, making America healthy again as well, and protecting you against the flu, COVID, bird flu, whatever it might be. So especially in this cold and flu season, make sure you get a hold of the Contagion Emergency Kit from the Wellness Company.
And let's now go to Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415. You see that information there on your screen. If you've missed any taxes or back taxes or have any questions in general, give them a call. tnusa.com/RSBN, Tax Network USA. Let's move on now to Angel Paste out of Spring, Texas. If you're looking for a great product, it's right there, angelpaste.com. Again, they hire military veterans, always good to do that, and also a great company that has all of their products sourced right in the United States. Let's move on now to the free Trump book, Mike Huckabee, doing great things.
The future ambassador to Israel, a great pick and a great role for him. We're definitely going to miss the Huckabee show and so many contributions that Mike and, of course, his wonderful daughter, now governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, have made to this country. But a great guide for children, for students, and also maybe your neighbor who is not paying attention. How could you not? A day like today, freetrumpbook.com, setting the record straight against the media's fake news.
Definitely. Let's go now to another .com, patriotaddictdeals.com. This Trump Bullet Glass is 20% off if you use an RSBN promo code. You see it right there that just popped up on your screen. On the right side of your screen, some great deals over at patriotaddictdeals.com. We thank them for being an awesome sponsor here. A great sponsor as well, Preborn Ministries. This is a pro-life organization. You can actually sponsor an ultrasound at preborn.com/RSBN. It's $28 to do so. Very helpful to people in this country deciding what they want to do with the child. If they see an ultrasound, they're twice as likely to choose life. Ultrasounds are great, and of course you can sponsor one right there, preborn.com/RSBN. Let's move on now to Americava Coffee. I know that Bobby McNeely brought in some coffee here this morning. I know he's a big coffee drinker. I like some cold brew, but Americava Coffee is also a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. You see that information on your screen, that QR code as well. And Bobby, tell us about the great MyPillow.
MyPillow is the best company. It really is. I mean, a master marketer, Mike Lindell, of course, canceled from many outlets that won't sell the pillow necessarily. So he's brought it directly to you with these great deals, up to 80% off, mypillow.com/RSBN. Mike's a dear friend, and we got to interview him a couple of times on the campaign trail, either from the anchor seat or out in the field when he was in North Carolina, those final days of the campaign. And of course, you see the classic collection sale right there, standards, queens, and beds, all for very affordable prices. Or you can call them 800-836-7566. Best way though, mypillow.com/RSBN. And I have a few products myself. And the best way to start a great morning is to have a nice night of restful sleep with a MyPillow or two.
And then wake up with My Coffee, a great product there as well. RSBN, if you use that promo code, not only will you get a discount, it's also free shipping at last check when Mike was on the show, he said to the RSBN viewers, you get free shipping. So
Wow.
some extra savings there. Speaking of Right Side Broadcasting Network, if you'd like to donate to the network, just text RSBN to 801-801. So it's RSBN to 801-801. And also rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You get a great newsletter right here at the network, right into your email inbox. You see the America First updates and exclusive offers. rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. So, of course, we want to wish you and your family a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. Things are going to be looking good here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We know Bobby McNeely is now full-time here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I did get him this great Alabama mug here, as you can see, just moving down to Auburn, Alabama. It says the Heart of Dixie, so I got him that. I also wanted to show you, this is a President Trump dance ornament. And then we'll show the other stuff here, some cookies from my wife and all that. So there you go. Merry Christmas to you,
Thank
Bobby.
you, my friend. I appreciate it.
Great to have you aboard. And,
likewise.
You know, it's just it's a time for our nation.
A nice ornament
You want to
there,
see
too.
what else is in there?
You're too kind to me. That is really nice.
Yeah.
Nice Trump ornament of the big victory. Look at all that red.
Yeah, exactly. Let's show the people.
Show
at
right
home
there. Yeah.
So I know the tag's in the way, but it says Trump and it shows the electoral map there. So yeah, and also my wife can cook pretty good right there. You got some great
Smells
cookies
wonderful.
there. So,
Yeah.
but
Can't wait. Thank you so much.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just wonderful to have people that, hosts here at Right Side and people that work behind the scenes. We love America First news. We love the Constitution. We love freedom. And we're looking forward to seeing the reformation of this country. Bobby, as you know, Elon Musk on the top of his X page say, the people have voted, for a majority of the people have voted for major government reform.
Right.
So it's great to see that, and we're hoping to see that here in this country.
No question. And thank you for your friendship, and thank you to RSBN and our great COO, Grace Saldana, also the wonderful owners, Joe and Bridget Seals, who had that vision nearly a decade ago now to really bring you in totality all these great things happening within a movement that was focused on putting America first, and it was called Make America Great Again. And as you saw President-elect Trump laying it out at the end of his speech, as he classically does, making America safe again, strong again, healthy again, wealthy again, and really laying that pavement down and that platform ready to go, those 20 promises on day one. You know he's going to get right to work. And again, thank you to our producers, directors, and the wonderful cameramen here at Right Side Broadcasting. It's really a family of incredible people, and it's been an honor. I'm so grateful this past several months to move here now to Auburn, Alabama, to continue this mission because they've become dear friends to me, everyone here at this network, and especially you, Matthew. Thank you for sharing all of this with me and for these heartfelt, warm gifts during the Christmas season.
Likewise, likewise. And also, we can't forget Mama Seals as well. This is a very real deal grassroots organization, a company that is dedicated to pro-free speech and is dedicated to reporting truth. And we look forward to seeing you in 2025. For all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, for Bobby McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you next year.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen-size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size, only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use My Pillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size My Pillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.